Stora, the bright green car, and number 17, which is Ian Bryan. Then it is 888, which is Thomas today, Matt Thomas today. Triddle drove it yesterday. 131 is Chris Pidcock. 47, Bruce Burrows. 25 is Tom Walker in the rejuvenated big-winged Frog Eye Sprite. Then we've got the number 1 car, John Foe, and 123, Henry Rice, due to be at the back of the grid. So, cars coming in. We've got a car missing on row 3. Inside of row 3.
I suspect that's Richard Perry, because I've seen him in the paddock area down here. Good morning, Marcus.
Good morning, Chris. Chris Buxton down there. He's our eyes and ears in the paddock and podium areas, paddock, pits and podium, all the P's. And we're about to be underway with this 20-minute race. Away they go, very even from the front row. Good start from 14 on the second row, which is Hugh Simpson, rapidly out of the blocks. In fact, it's pretty much 3 abreast going down into Folly for the first time. Simply prevails inside, and as they go up over Avon Rise, it simply leads. On the left-hand side, it's the white car, the outside to turn into Quarry, and that will be James Hughes, but a red one gets there in second place. Must be Connor Kay, I would think. And as they come up towards the S's, it is Connor Kay in 173, who is second. Third is Hughes. Fourth is Hugh Simpson. They go past that box that Chris Dawes is hopefully ensconced in. And in fifth place, trying to pick up the pale blue car there, just ahead of Pippa Cow. There's Simpson, and there is the Kenny. Dick Stanton on the post yesterday. That was 3 cylinders. Fairly grim at that point, but out the back of the circuit they come back towards me, and it is simply with a sizable lead over the next group, which comprises 5 cars. It's Kay and Hughes jostling for position, then Simpson being caught by Henny and Pippa Cow, and then a gap back to Stanton, and the rest of them come through. Amelia Stora is at the back of the field. So she's dropped back, had a moment somewhere out of our sight, but Paul Sibley it is who leads well. I'm hoping that that indicates that, crackling on the mic indicates that we have Chris Dawes in the back box. If we do, I can't hear him, he perhaps can't hear me, but round they go around the far side of the circuit. Is very, very quick around there, and we'll see shortly next Chris Montague car of Paul Sibley leading the way.
I'm back. Chris, hello, good morning, sir. We had a panic over here, is that I was listening to you and I was talking to you, and it was brilliant what I said, to be honest, but it didn't come out. But I am here now, we're up and working, but I'll leave it to you because they've made their way back over to you already.
Absolutely. Paul Sibley had a lead of 2.8 seconds at the end of the first lap. That was not diminished by the looks of things, but James Hughes has put himself up to second ahead of Connor Kay, the youngster who made his Formula Ford debut recently at Thruxton. Behind Connor Kay, Simpson, the cow has got up into P5 with car number 7. She's running second in the E-Class to her old sparring partner, which is James Hughes. And falling back is Mike Henny towards the clutches of Dean Stanton. Brian Turner, Rice, Burrows, Rose, Pidcock, Walker, John Foe in 1, and Amelia Stora on the rest from the course of this race is being live streamed.
And it looked like Pippa Cow coming through Old Paddock is desperately trying all the way down out of Quarry Corner. She's trying to make a move on Hugh Simpson. She's going to the right-hand side, which is going to be the inside line for Tower. and disappears briefly out of my view. Is she going to be able to make that one stick up the inside? The answers I don't know, because I think they're still side by side as they exit Tower, heading in towards Bobby's, but she's all over him.
Yeah, the answer was, Chris, that she did make it through, and that was sliding down the inside into Bobby's corner. The gap, which was 3.5 seconds at the end of the third lap, now has grown to 4.8. But it's the battle that is running for fourth place, which is Pippa Cow ahead of Hugh Simpson and Mike Henney. They're having a really good tussle. And say Pippa Cow not in their familiar silver car, which is Auto Combat at the moment, but brought this spare one out, which is effectively a swinging 60s spec car on different tyres, the A0048 Yokohamas. So Sibley out front. 1:17.165 is his best time. It's cooler this morning, obviously, than it was for yesterday afternoon's race, which means, I suspect, that if pressed, we could get some good time. Good for the engines, the cooler weather.
It is also raining very, 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 very slightly, so a tiny bit of perspiration, correct words, is beginning to fall.
I think that'll be precipitation rather than sweat.
That would be the one.
Pick a word.
Well, we've had contact here coming out of the S's, and it looks like it is John Foe, I'm assuming, is in the number one car, and actually it's sent the other two into the barriers on the exit of S's. That is the lovely Amelia Storer car, the green, yellow, and can I see what the second one is? Three of them, therefore, are stopped here.
There's the one, the Foe car, and there's Amelia Storer's. The other one is 21 further down, which is Nick Rose. So those cars, I'm afraid, all damaged, and that's, you say,
It's just
after the S's.
It is. They made contact on the second apex, if you will, of the chicane, and it was primarily, I'm pretty sure that it was Amelia and John Foe that made contact. Bit of a crunch there that left in the S's momentarily was the John Foe car, and then the other two, I didn't quite see what it was because it was in the corner of the commentary box. Red flag is out because obviously we've got two of them stopped here. And yes, they suddenly carried on, and thankfully it's into the recticel, the thinner recticel cushions that they've gone, but that's put both of those cars out as well.
Interesting that the formation is not quite as before, because Tom Walker had come forward in the other A-class car. Various different classes within the race, and we wait to see as the lights progressively go across. It's a much better start from James Hughes, but then he flunks getting it into second. Didn't really work very well. 4 abreast behind Paul Sibley now for the second place. It's still 3 abreast, if not 4, going up Avon Rise, but it's Paul Sibley who leads the way. I think it's James Hughes who's managed to get himself back into second place.
Well, as they come through, yes it is. So it is the white number 2 car that has got himself back. To stretch his legs at the front of this. Then it is the Connor K car, 173, sat there in third. Fourth is Hugh Simpson, the number 14 car, and behind him is the continuing to recover up through this field, 25, Tom Walker, Class A car. Of course he should be, and he's about to get up into 4th place, go into the side of Hugh Simpson. That's going to be done before he even gets down to Tower, but of course yesterday, Marcus, he started doing that, didn't he, and then had to retire with another problem, or a repeat of the problem.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's certainly going very well, Tom Walker, in this very potent frog eye with the patio splitter on the front and immensely fat wheel space. Coming down to lead the way, it's Paul Sibley. Second is Hughes, third is Kay. They're together. And 4th is Tom Walker, good run from him, and then it's Simpson, Henney and Cow all together. Duffy, who is was a long-time sponsor of this championship through Halfords. Now in the his early 80s, racing a Formula 3 Brabham, which he's really enjoying. So the race goes on then.
It does. Through the S's they go, and interestingly, Connor Kay is really challenging James Hughes. So James Hughes sort of lost it and then regained it, but he's under growing pressure here. Sibley's not pulling away as quick as normal. Fourth is the number 25 car of Tom Walker, but now he's got past Hugh Simpson. He's not managed to pull away from him, and Hugh Simpson, the red car with the white stripe front to back, stands it out from the massive other red MG and Sprites. In fact, Walker, I think, does have a problem. He's slowing again, I'm afraid to say, Marcus. So as he exits Tower, yeah, everybody's going past him. But Pippa Cow is all over the back of Hugh Simpson as well.
Yep, it's really a strong battle for second place with Hughes and Kay are absolutely on the limit already. And then it is Simpson and Pippa Cow together. They, for the moment, have shaken off Mike Henney. But he's into the pits has come Tom Walker. Then it's Dean Stanton now, who comes through ahead of Ian Bryan and Henry. Park last weekend.
From memory, didn't Stanton have a problem yesterday?
Yes, that was a broken rocker post within the valve gear.
So it's good that that car's going well, moving back through the field. Pippa Cow obviously didn't get a great restart after the red flag, but she's moved back up another couple of places last time, so presumably past Henney as well as the stricken Walker, and she's up now past Simpson, so she's made that move up into, what's that take her, fourth position, and I still get my eyes drawn to that battle for second, because Connor Kay, he's not giving up on that yet.
No, he's not giving up on it, but he's dropping back just a fraction at certain parts of the circuit, but he's very, very good under braking, Connor Kay, and he closes in again coming through Camp Corner. There's about 6 or 7 Spridget lengths between them as they come through for the third time. There's only a minute left to go on the clock, so this will be the last lap for our race leader, which is Paul Sibley, of course. Pippa Cow is up into fourth place. Her best lap of the race in 1:17.195. Is the best lap of this sector of the race, which is actually a 1/10 of a second outside Paul Sibley's best in the opening 3 laps.
Challenge coming in, is it? It's always difficult to tell when they're coming towards you, but the pale blue number 40 car of Mike Henney was having a very serious look at Hugh Simpson just ahead of him. Pippa Cow's disappeared from this battling pair.
And there is the 3016 Stanton, who's pulled off the track.
Oh no, what a shame. We said that it was going well moving back through the field. Now presumably he's over your side. Or is it at
not quite sure where he is. Anyway, the checkered flag awaits Paul Sibley. Completes a weekend double and didn't have to stretch himself particularly. Number 2, which was James Hughes, was second. He finished 1.4 seconds ahead of Connor Kay. He's cousin to Ronan and Adrian, who are in the number 78 car. And, cars coming out behind the safety car. I hope everyone is behaving themselves out of the back of the circuit.
Yeah, they're fine.
They know what they're doing.
Sometimes, when they choose to. first person he found out that it's Ronan that started that.
It is Ronan.
Yeah.
Strike through. This is a digital program, so you can hook it off the Classic Sports Car Club website. And we're about to go live racing with the BMWs. 50 years since the first M3, well, 3 Series came topped by the M3s, and it is Niall Bradley who is left to control the pace of the grid, with Ollie Neves alongside. Russell Humphrey very rapidly away in the 4-litre E92, and Russell Humphrey forces his way through the middle of the front row drivers and has the lead in the Interceptor racing car coming up to Quarry for the first time. Turns in it goes. Niall Bradley's right behind him, and
he is being hunted back down, of course, by Niall Bradley, as we'd expect. And up into third is the white car of Dave Avis, number 97. So he's got a good start. Not only up into third, but he's managed to drop the yellow car of Russ McCarthy at the moment, leaving that in the clutches of several cars. That first one being Ronan Bradley in the white and green 78. And a great start there from Graham Crowhurst. He had a sort of an intermittent issue from memory yesterday, but that's looking decent now. In fact, he was having a little nibble, and he's still trying to have a little nibble at Russ McCarthy and Ollie Neves, number 44 car.
Yeah, Neves car in the hands of Russell McCarthy, and it is at the moment Russell Humphrey who leads the way from Niall Bradley. Those two breaking away from Dave Avis. That was a great start from Avis. Fourth is McCarthy. Then it's Ronan Bradley in the green and white car. Behind him is Oliver Fowler in 18, and then Graham Crowhurst. Crowhurst had that problem with the fly-by-wire throttle that kept going away in the middle of yesterday's race, but he managed to recover to second. Following that, there was a safety car here in the middle of it. But the big BMWs make such an impressive sight and sound. They're really sonorous, aren't they?
And we've got the challenge. They're already past me as I take up the commentary again, and looking up the inside down to Tower goes Bradley. I think he's got that one done. Well, they're still sort of side by side. No, he's got it done on the exit of Tower. He really made that move from the exit of the S's through our paddock, carried the speed all the way down to Tower, and he's back up into the lead.
Yes, that's a tremendous move, well planned and executed. Russell Humphrey is in second place, and then we have a gap back to Avis in the 97 car. 44 is McCarthy. Then it is Ronan Bradley, and down the grass bounces Oliver Fowler behind him. He gets off the grass again, and Kenny Coleman has moved up behind him. Kenny Coleman in the 48 up to 7th ahead of Paul Wood.
Lead two coming down towards me. They're spread out now, so Bradley took a while to make that move, but as soon as he's got it done, he's stretching his legs already, and he is sort of just pulling comfortably ahead of Russell Humphrey. He is under no pressure because Dave Avis is a chunk of time behind that in the white and two-tone blue 97 BMW. He's in no man's land at the moment, but I don't think he's bothered, because in his mirrors he'll be seeing an incredible fight, because Ronan Bradley in the 78 car is all over the back of the 44 Russ, in the hands of Russ McCarthy at the moment. I was just looking, I wasn't sure whether that move got made just out of my view then. I don't think it did.
Okay, well, a slight stretch out front, because Niall Bradley easing away, cuts through the apex of Camp Corner. Dave Avis chasing them. We've got 4 cars in the line behind them. We've got Ronan Bradley, we've got Russell McCarthy settling into that BMW, Kenny Coleman and Oliver Fowler. A gap back to Crowhurst in the stripy car, and then it is Paul Wood bringing up the rear. We've got the 52 car, which is currently Kevin Willis, and then Luca Nardoni in the car which dates back to the early 3 Series. The car was the spirit of this race.
It is beautiful as well, isn't it? That
glorious. That's that Aussie-inspired JPS colour scheme.
Yeah, it does. The livery on it, the shape of it, everything is nostalgia all wrapped in. We've got an incredible gaggle that Ronan Bradley, the 78, did indeed manage to get past McCarthy. I thought that I spotted that, but they're under huge pressure now from Coleman, Fowler and Crowhurst. So there's 48, 18 and 15 buzzing all around them. Crowhurst has got the run on the car just ahead of him, which I'm assuming is still Fowler, because they were all sort of 2-3 wide as they went through Tower.
Yes, it's staggering that it's very difficult to get two big winged M3s through Bobby's side by side, but that was a bold attempt by Crowhurst. It failed. He was on the outside going up to the deviation, and he's knuckling down to the task. There's a long way to go, though. There's still 28 minutes of this race to go.
Yep, out of quarry they come for the 5th time, down the straight towards me, and Noel Bradley, what did he get the gap up to? 1 1/4 seconds, but it was a new personal best last time round from the 2nd place car that was quicker than Noel Bradley. So he doesn't need to get angsty because the gap is big enough, but he's also not necessarily pulling away as quick as we might have thought. This battle behind is that we got the 78 of Ronan Bradley in that 4th place, but it's now Coleman that's putting that pressure on him. Those two have pulled away momentarily from the next car is Crowhurst, so he's managed to make up that place as well, ahead of McCarthy, who is actually now, I think, fallen behind Fowler as well. So, but of course that's got a
Dave Davis has got. Dave Davis is in trouble, ladies and gentlemen. He's, I believe, pulling off over at Bobby's. First two come through. Avis is missing, so there's a long gap back now, and it's Ronan Bradley who takes it up in 3rd place. 4th is Kenny Coleman going well. 5th is Crowhurst flying. Then it's Fowler who dived inside on Neve's car in the hand of McCarthy at Tower.
So lead to, I think Noel Bradley's just teasing Russell Humphrey at the moment, but it is all about this, what is now, as you say, the 3rd place battle. We've got side by side. Ronan Bradley's going to have the inside line. No, he's not. It's an optical illusion. In fact, he's the one under pressure from Crowhurst. It was darned if you do, darned if you don't. So it means that we've got Coleman up into 3rd place now in the 48 car. Crowhurst all over the back of him. Ronan Bradley just taking a grandstand seat for a moment as they go down to Tower. Wait for them to come back into my view. No move from Crowhurst this time.
Yeah, it's interesting because we've got that situation where we've got Coleman and Crowhurst who ambushed Ronan Bradley, one on each side at the S's, leaving Bradley in the predominantly emerald green car to play catch-up. So it's now Coleman who's 3rd, but he's under pressure from Crowhurst. Bradley's got back, and it's Fowler and McCarthy.
The E92 sounded a little bit sick when it came past us just now, but one point I did want to point out, that E92, the car in 2nd place, is on treaded tyres. Everyone is on Swift, so it's doing a superb job up there.
So that's the 98 car that's just coming past me now. The one we heard yesterday is a bit of a love-hate relationship with them. Crowhurst up into 3rd place now, so I don't know whether that's a little mistake from Coleman. In fact, I'm just looking to see if there's a slight issue, because Coleman's a long way back from Crowhurst. Up into 3rd he has gone in the 15 car, but now Ronan Bradley's putting pressure under Coleman, and heading towards you. No move made there, but it just looks, Marcus, like the tiniest little mistake and you're pounced on.
Yes, exactly. They're running so close to the chasers. Noel Bradley's going away. He's left them for to fight their own battles. Crowhurst is now in 3rd, and it's a solitary 3rd because Coleman's dropped right back towards Bradley and Fowler. That's Ronan Bradley and Fowler. Behind Fowler, it's McCarthy, and then Wood.
Good to see that Wood car's back out, because they had, from memory, a fairly smoky end yesterday.
there was a damper that broke on that car.
Was it?
So it left the tyres sort of smoking against the arch.
Oh, yeah, it was the Mini that had the smoky one, wasn't it? But it just pulled off in almost exactly the same spot from memory.
Charles Heatley, wasn't it?
Yeah.
That's right. So 7 laps down, we still have 23 minutes to go. So a long old race, this one.
Is it a pit window for this one?
I believe so. In the middle of that, so they still have to make that mandatory stop. Stop, despite the fact that 5 of the cars have a double-driven status in this race. And there is Niall Bradley. Third, the quickest lap so far is still with Crowhurst, and that was last time round, a 1:08.898.
We said yesterday, once he cleared the problem, that car is phenomenally quick, isn't it?
It is, yeah, absolutely.
He's just had a temperamental weekend, sadly, hasn't he?
It's not quite the spec of Niall Bradley. He's the race leader, but he's lapping quicker.
Impressive. In fact, as I look down the straight as they come back towards me, coming towards the S's first before Old Paddock, you can see that the gap is coming down between the third place Crowhurst, number 15, and 98, currently being piloted by Russell Humphrey. I just love the sight there, watching Niall Bradley just skate round Old Paddock, full chat, just slightly four-wheel drifts away from the apex at full speed through Old Paddock as they do. Mighty impressive sight, these Beamers. They've got them absolutely hooked up, haven't they?
Yes, that's right. And these guys who race hard every time they go out. The cars aren't in their first flush of youth, but they're really nicely turned out. And we've got a battle now for second because Russell Humphrey has been caught by Graham Crowhurst. And I think it's only a matter of time before Crowhurst goes through. The pit window is open. See who will stop soonest. Crowhurst under extreme pressure, applying extreme pressure to Humphrey, and I can see that he has got past.
Yep, he has. He's got it done, and in fact, comfortably by the time they get to the S's, so he didn't have to. I thought for a second he was thinking he had to go defensive through the S's, but realised he didn't really need to. Still, the battle rages behind them. It is Ronan Bradley now that is ahead of Coleman, so Bradley up into 5th place of the Ronan variant at this stage, and that has suddenly pushed the Coleman car, number 48, back into the clutches of Fowler. So it's a great fight between those. At the moment, the Russ McCarthy 44 car has fallen slightly away, but we know that Ollie Neves can throw that thing around this circuit from yesterday.
We've got a little tussle at the back also between Nardoni and Willis, which is great. It's always good to have someone to dice with. So second place now is Graham Crowhurst in number 15. But as Humphrey falls back in the yellow-red Intercept racing car, we've got a side-by-side situation with Willis and Nardoni, but Crowhurst is bearing down on them. New second place man.
In fact, he's comfortably second because he's got a couple of back markers behind him now. First of those being the 52 car that had a problem in qualifying, so good to see that they're back. Kevin Wells behind the wheel at the moment, and that is just ahead of that beautiful 88 car, so it's quite comfortable because Russell Humphrey is just tucked behind them at this stage. Slightly settled down, this 3, sometimes 4 car battle, currently being led by Ronan Bradley in 78. For now, I don't suspect it will stay that way.
One of the wild cards in the pack is going to be when Ollie Neves gets into the car that currently Russell McCarthy is in. Of course, Russell McCarthy and his brother Spencer both been racing all kinds of cars. I remember very fondly their late father, Roy McCarthy. MG8s, MGBs, MGBGT V8s, Chevron B8 at one point. Oh, Kenny Coleman's run out of road at camp, and he's been gobbled up by both Fowler and McCarthy there. Into the pits has come the Ronan Bradley, number 78, 11 laps. So it's Niall Bradley who leads from Graham Crowhurst, gap about 3.9 seconds. Crowhurst still with fastest lap. Humphrey is third in the 98. Fourth is Fowler.
Yeah, and you see that Crowhurst is closing in quite dramatically on Niall Bradley. He took 2 seconds, best part of 2 seconds out of Niall Bradley's lead last time round, albeit that was a steady one for Bradley at that stage. So it's not done and dusted, that one, just yet, and we've got these pit stops to wash through as well. But yeah, Niall Bradley still leading by fractionally under 4 seconds. But as I say, about 2 seconds quicker was Crowhurst.
It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, Crowhurst has been absolutely stellar this weekend. He has been all season, in fairness. He's points leader in that Ramair BMW Championship. This is a non-championship race we have today. And the stripy machine is quite something to behold. And it's rapid, too. So into the pits from third place comes Russell Humphrey to put Mark Wyatt into the Interceptor Racing E92. Fowler is still fourth. Fifth is McCarthy, because Coleman has come in too.
This lead margin has continued to come down. It was down to 2 seconds, and it looks less than that as they've come past me, heading towards Tower. So Crowhurst, he's smelt blood. And in fact, he is now about to make the move. Is that a problem for Niall Bradley? He looked very steady coming out of Tower, and I think we'll find that Crowhurst has now got the lead.
He has got the lead, and Graham Crowhurst then on lap 13 charges ahead of Niall Bradley, and Bradley goes straight into the pits to serve his stop. His cousins are well into this race too, but Crowhurst goes on alone. He goes up Avon Rise to my left as Niall Bradley arrives underneath into the pit lane. There's the battle now for what is second place on the track. Oliver Fowler in the 18 ahead of Russell McCarthy. A great scrap, 18 and 44. The pits has come 52, which is Willis.
The key point here really will be whether Niall Bradley is just doing a pit stop or whether they've got an issue to resolve there. And are we going to see him come back out again? Because he just suddenly slowed coming out of Tower.
I found a driver. I have Ronan Bradley here, who's just disembarked from his car. All well?
Yeah, very good. Yeah, very happy with the car. Getting there. Hopefully Adrian will be a bit quicker now and we can catch a couple of cars in front. We were a good battle there with Kenny for a good few laps, but he overcooked it in a couple of corners. We've got to be back through. So unfortunately, Davis seems to have had a problem and he seems to have pulled off, unfortunately. But yeah, good. Graham's come back through again, so not going to be up the road out of the way, but the rest of us can battle, which is good. There's a second or a third on the overall, which we didn't think coming into the weekend was possible. But with a few unfortunate issues yesterday with some of the other cars, the left entry free, which has given us a chance of possibly on the podium.
Happy days. I mean, the car sounds like it's on song. It doesn't seem to be missing anything. The weather seems to have just about favoured you. There was a bit of a worry about there being a bit of rain with slick tyres, but all in all, seems to have gone well for you.
Yes, yeah, there was definitely a worry at one stage that the weather keeps doing it, but thankfully it hasn't arrived, and it hopefully won't arrive now until we get the race over and done with. Rear-wheel drives in the wet on slicks don't really go.
Don't fancy that. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Ronan Bradley, thanks for your time, and good luck for the rest of the race. Back up to you, Marcus.
Okay, thank you very much. Into the pits comes our race leader, Graham Crowhurst, on 15 laps.
And I noticed that Niall Bradley has come back out of the pits into the race, so that's good news. Whatever that issue is, hopefully they've cleared its throat.
Let's hope so. Fourth place now, I think. Here comes Oliver Fowler. He's now the de facto leader in number 18 because he's just shaken off McCarthy, who's dived into the pit lane, and that car will be taken over by Ollie Neves. That's the yellow and black car, number 44. The Nardoni car sounds really crisp. That sounds beautiful. And that is now up into fourth place.
It will be interesting to see what's going to happen with that 44 car now, hasn't it? Both of us have mentioned the fact that Ollie Neves was piloting out phenomenally quickly yesterday. And, now he's jumping into that. Is he going to be able to come through this field as well?
Interesting, isn't it? We'll see how this one pans out. But Crowhurst has been super impressive. He's got that fastest lap of 1:08.898. It's a 7. And we're waiting now to see who will be first to complete his 16th lap. It's Crowhurst from Fowler, and then Neves third, Nardoni is fourth. There is Fowler. He's now the leader. It's official. 16 laps. The number 18. But of course, he has yet to make a stop, as have the Nardoni boys. Luca handing over to Cristiano. Flash of his lights, that would indicate that next time round he's going to come in. So right, we're now in the thick of it again, because we've got Nardoni, who's fourth. He's done 15 laps now, ahead of Wyatt. Wyatt in the 98. Then it is Adrian Bradley now. Car, and then it's Coleman and Niall Bradley. So they're a long way off the beam at the moment. The stagger will all unwind.
Yeah, it's trying to work out which battles are legitimate at the moment, isn't it? All he needs is trying to get up the inside of a back marker. The Cristiano, is it Cristiano? Has he jumped into that car yet? Have they stopped? No, they haven't yet, so it's still Luca. That was through old Paddock, which then left him vulnerable to the Adrian Bradley 78 car, but they both managed to get through, thankfully. Yep. But that was hold your breath moment for a second.
So Fowler's now done 17 laps, one more than anybody else, and so that other group is led by Graham Crowhurst, who just come through to complete his 16th lap. Then we have a battle coming down towards Camp Corner, and it's Ollie Neves ahead of Adrian Bradley. Those two cars absolutely together, 44 and 78, the yellow and the green and white cars together. Not far adrift of them is Kenny Coleman. Nardoni in the meantime, Coleman in the 48, he runs fifth. Then it's Niall Bradley in the 47 car, the black and the emerald green car, Dayglow emerald green, that is running in sixth place. Humphrey and Wyatt are next up. Wyatt now in seventh. Eighth is Nardoni.
Changes happened somewhere, though. The 78 car has got past Ollie Neves, so Adrian Bradley. It's interesting to hear Ronan's comment saying hopefully Adrian will be able to go quicker, so they kind of know their pecking order in that family by the sounds of it. And sure enough is that Adrian has got past that 44, so that puts him up into what is currently third position, but will presumably therefore be second once Fowler's pit stop washes through.
And that's 18 laps. Oliver Fowler, the current race leader, comes into the pits. Now the stagger will unwind, because the rest of the crews will be desperately keen to unlap themselves. Crowhurst is the only other driver to complete 17 laps so far. Fowler is on 18. We now wait for the next group to come through, and that will be led by, is it going to be Neves or Bradley?
It's Bradley, because they're coming through the S's. Yeah, he made that move last time round.
Here comes Crowhurst.
It's a massive margin. I'm not quite sure how that's been the case, if I'm honest.
Yeah, Cristiano Nardoni's out of the pits ahead of Graham Crowhurst, who comes through. So Crowhurst now has done 18 laps as well. Then we wait for the next pair. 17 laps, going to complete their 18th shortly. That's going to be Bradley.
Spoken to Dave Avis, I found him down in the pit lane here. His car was stuck in third, which is somewhat inconvenient. His gearbox or selector, but he decided discretion better part of Fowler and pulled it straight into the paddock.
Thank you very much. That's Chris Buxton in the pits. So 78, that is now Adrian Bradley. He is in third place. Fourth is Neves, Ollie Neves in the yellow 44. He is just 0.4 of a second down. Then we have the car of Kenny Coleman, and Kenny Coleman is 2.8 seconds ahead of Niall Bradley.
Still, though, Ollie Neves is not giving up on this fight with the 78 car of Adrian Bradley now behind the wheel. And just behind them is Coleman in the black and white 48 car. Niall Bradley's not a million miles away from there, but I still don't feel that car is up to full chat. Ollie Neves had another sneaky snifter towards the inside of Tower. He's not done it, but I think he's still looking into Bobby's.
Yeah, he's having a few nibbles, isn't he? He's trying really hard, but Crowhurst now has a big lead. Because he's the only driver to complete 19 laps so far. Here comes Oliver Fowler, but look, if Fowler looks in his mirror, he will see, bearing down on him, a trio of cars, led by 78, which is Adrian Bradley, then it's 44, which is Ollie Neves, and Ollie Neves is tracking Adrian Bradley, but they're being caught by Kenny Coleman, and behind them, the 47 car of Niall Bradley. He's just popped in. His last time round was an 11. He's pretty much on the pace of Adrian Bradley and Ollie Neves, but Coleman was quicker. A 10.627 is his best, and that time was a 10.790. So he's back pretty close to his best lap. 20 laps down then for Graham Crowhurst. He leads the way.
Yeah, that battle for second, third, fourth just goes past me again, and it is very much a three-car fight because, as you say, Coleman absolutely flying now, has caught up with the pair ahead of him. They've got just ahead of them Fowler at the moment. That's suggesting that Fowler's done well out of this and may still be in second after it's unwound.
18, 5-second penalty for track limits. That is Oliver Fowler.
That is a shame because I think he's done well out of these pit stops, hasn't he?
And he's now been caught by the trio. 5 seconds is going to cane him by 3 places, even right now. So Fowler is second on the road, but with his penalty, he will be down to 5th because Bradley, Neves and Coleman are behind. And then it'll be Niall Bradley, who for some reason is not on their pace. He's not far behind territorially, but although he's lapped quicker than them earlier in the race, he now can no longer sustain that kind of speed. 21 laps down then for 15. Graham Crowhurst, our race leader. And there's a fabulous battle brewing here with Adrian Bradley still trying to resist the advances of Ollie Neves. And they are locked together. And right behind them, there's a couple more, and I think that was, I saw in the corner of my eye, Kenny Coleman, I think, outbraked himself into one of the chicanes and clattered over the grass, but he's back on, and indeed he has dropped back behind Oliver Fowler. He was, Fowler now is 4th. About 5 seconds. Well, that's going to stack up against the 0.8 over Coleman. So 21 laps down for the leaders. It's Crowhurst who leads by extraordinarily nearly 39 seconds over Adrian Bradley in the car started by his brother Ronan. And then it is Neves. Behind Neves is Fowler and Coleman.
Having a look at the moment to the back of Fowler. Obviously, Fowler's got a 5-second penalty. We know it's become a bit Noah's Ark 2x2 because you've got huge pressure being applied by Ollie Neves now on the 78 car, and then the other two is Fowler and Coleman. Coleman had that nibble last time, didn't he, at Bobby's that went very grassy.
Yes, that really didn't work well. He looked down the inside and was just going too quickly. Couldn't have got through anyway. Had to cut through. So anyway, it's Crowhurst who leads the way. Bradley and Neves are 0.4 apart. Then it's Fowler, still maintaining that place despite Coleman's efforts to get back with it. But Fowler will drop back 5 seconds, I'd say, with the aforementioned penalty. Into the pits has come number 47, which is Niall Bradley.
I thought something wasn't right.
No, that's not working for him. So no hat trick for Bradley as shooting past for the 23rd time is Graham Crowhurst. And Crowhurst is absolutely in a class of his own. Fowler now has a +10 penalty, so
you may as well go all in, haven't you?
yes. Another 10 second plus another 10, so it's actually up to 15. So it's 5 first time round, and then it's plus the 10 to make 15 a cumulative penalty. So probably not going to actually drop him back terribly far, actually, because we've got Adrian Bradley and Ollie Leeds together. We've got Kenny Coleman next up. He's into 4th place in the 48. Fowler is 5th. And with no Niall Bradley, who's gone into the pits and is out of the race by the looks of things, that's about Fowler's 15-second penalty in terms of where he's going to finish. 24 laps down then for Graham Crowhurst, who's got a loose rear bumper. I see that the left-hand side of the rear bumper is now flapping on Crowhurst's car. It's not going to come off. It's just it's flapping around in the breeze. There are 3 minutes to go. He's so far ahead of the rest that, the chasers both got their personal best times last time through. We had Adrian Bradley on 1:10.322 and Ollie Neves on 1:10.129, but it's too little too late, because they're not even lapping as quickly as the race leader, who's slackened off barely a second from his best lap of the race at on lap 7, the 1:08.898. And in fact, Bradley is squeezing ahead now, further ahead of Neves. But Neves not likely to lose out to Coleman, who's 3.7 seconds behind in the number 48 car. Fowler is still there. Wyatt is in 6th, moving up, of course, when Niall Bradley number 98, the Interceptor Racing E92 is running in 6th, ahead of 66.
I can answer why Niall Bradley has stopped. His brakes are smoking. He's been squiggly coming out of the final turn for quite a few laps. He thought something was broken. One of his crews had a look under the car and basically just pointed the brakes and said, "You've worn them out, son."
Used them hard, but used them just a tad too hard. It's easy to do. Pit window is now closed. It's irrelevant because everyone's made their stops, but whereas in the last couple of minutes of the race, the battle for second place, though, is rejoined because Ollie Neves has caught Adrian Bradley. They are absolutely together as they steam on to what will be their penultimate lap. Graham Crowhurst is over 42 seconds clear now at 25 laps, 42.9 seconds clear. And here he comes then with just under a minute, about 55 seconds to go. He finishes his 26th lap. Bradley is soldering on. Who needs brakes? Only slow you down, apparently, or not. But he's continued. But quite home and dry, but far away. And that time through, interestingly, we had a moment there for Bradley, who put a wheel on the curb. He came out, so he missed the apex. He came wide, ran over the curbs, and that cost him momentum. And has it been enough to let Ollie Neves past? It looks like it has. Looks like Ollie Neves capitalised on that moment, and indeed the yellow car turns into quarry ahead of the white and green one.
Yep, he's got the move done as they come into my view down at the farm straight in towards the S's. Just trying to see, but I think they're all starting to struggle a little bit because he didn't make friends with the apex through S's that time round, did Ollie Neves, but not enough to cause him an issue. But I just wanted to see whether we were going to get Adrian Bradley close back in into the tower.
Win, meanwhile, for Graham Crowhurst.
I don't quite know how that lead became as big as it was, really.
Speed and consistency, I think. A very efficient pit stop to top it all. But it's going to be looking over to camp. It's going to be Ollie Neves in the 44, who has come through. And again, washing out over the curb, 78, which was Adrian Bradley. Third, he finished 0.77 behind. Kenny Coleman was a solid fourth. He got down to the mid-tens in this race. In fifth place, Oliver Fowler, and they have all done 27 laps. The Humphrey Wyatt car is lapped on 26, so no matter the penalty for Fowler there. So our race winner, Graham Crowhurst. Second place, McCarthy and Neves. Third, the Bradleys. Then in fourth place, Kenny Coleman. Fifth, Oliver Fowler. Sixth, Russ Humphrey and Mark Wyatt. Seventh was the car of Paul Wood. Eighth, the Nardoni brothers. Ninth was Niall Bradley, the initial leader. And in 10th place, the Willis and Pickard, number 52. So the margin was quite considerable, 45.649 seconds. So a tremendous drive for Graham Crowhurst, topping a superb weekend here. Just that little glitch in the second Ram-Air Championship race yesterday with the throttle went away, the fly-by-wire throttle went away, but he was able to kind of manually reset it, having lost time under the safety car, and rather than wait for it to kick back in and sort of default back to where it should have been. But Graham Crowhurst, the Ram-Air BMW Championship leader, adds another success to his seasonal tally. So very, very well done to Graham Crowhurst and his crew for getting that very distinctive car back at the head of the BMW 3 Series anniversary race. 50 years of the 3 Series celebrated by the Classic Sports Car Club here at Castle Combe. Now, hopefully, we're going to hear from our race leaders or race winners from sort of Hotfoot to up by the scrutineering bay, Chris Buxton, and we will then look forward to the next of our races. That will be the Adams and Pace Swinging 60s. Chris.
I have our victorious three gathered here in Victory Lane next to the scrutineering bay. Let's have a chat to our race winner. Actually, who is going to be ready first? That's going to. What's always the question? Is it who's actually ready to go? Here he is, a big old smile on his face, congratulating his crew, rightly so. Graham Crowhurst, great win, sir. Good to see you again. And again, we get to admire your wonderful paint job. How was that race for you?
Yeah, I mean, worst possible start. Same thing as yesterday. We've been trying to fix it overnight, and it happened again, went into limp mode. So didn't make it easy for myself. But I thought, well, we've got a bit longer today to try and catch the leaders. So it was good fun. Enjoyed coming through. Everyone was clean. Feel like I made some good enough moves. And yeah, I had my radio in, but the volume was turned down too low. So I had Dan on the pit wall shouting at me, but I hadn't a clue what was going on. So in the end, I just said, please hold a finger up and tell me where I am. And yeah, mega job by Dan, and couldn't do the pit stop without him.
Brilliant stuff. It did look like you were a little bit off the pace mid-race as well. So again, so is it that same throttle gremlin that's coming up again?
I mean, it rained a touch. I didn't feel like I backed off that much, but I could see the delta was knocking maybe around a second off the pace. But again, because I didn't know where I was, I didn't want to back off too much, but, you know, when you've got rain on your windscreen, you do have second thoughts and you brake 4 metres earlier than maybe you would normally. So, when he told me I was in first, I thought, right, let's bring it home.
Brilliant stuff. Well done, Graham. Another fine victory. Very well done. I could stare at it. Well, I was going to say I could stare at your paint job all day, but I think I'd have a headache with it. Right, the next race is being released, so I need to crack on and speak to our remaining podium finishers. Ollie Neves, it's good to see you in the Beamer back on the podium steps again.
Yeah, absolutely. Really good race. Russ did an amazing first stint. First time he's driven the car, sort of got straight down near the right lap time. So, really impressive. And then, sort of, when I came out of the pits, everything was a bit cold, and Adrian got me off guard, and then trying to get back past was pretty challenging because his car's got a tiny bit more straight line speed. So whenever I got a decent run, I couldn't do a lot with it. So, he made a mistake in the end, and we got past. But brilliant race. Should make some good footage.
Look forward to seeing it. Well done. On a fine second position. We'll quickly have a chat with Adrian Bradley before we hand back up to the commentary positions. Oh, you had to work for that, didn't you?
That was good fun. I enjoyed that. It's not even on my car, is it? But yeah, thanks for running and blending it to me. For the second half. Anyway.
What did you do to your own?
I blew the engine yesterday.
You did it properly.
Yeah. bad week at the end, I think. But this one goes back on the trailer in one piece.
Brilliant stuff. I would love to chat to you more, but the next race has been released. Well done. Great third place. Back up to you, Marcus Pye, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Chris. And we now have coming out onto the track for the first time in race mode this weekend, the Adams and Page Swinging 60s Group 1. And this, as Swinging 60s suggests, takes us back, 60 years effectively. And just amazing to think that these are the sort of cars that were out in Mark Sports and Mark Saloon races back then. It's a great eclectic field, and they're headed by a Mini. Quickest in qualifying was Chris Watkinson with his 1380cc Mini, 1:19.660, I think it was. And he was only, 13 thousandths of a second quicker than 1:49, which is Malcolm Johnson with the Lotus Europa, the yellow Europa, so it's the orange and blue Mini on pole. And the Lotus Europa, Malcolm Johnson on second place, number 149. Then we had number 30, which is Ben Goff with the Marcos Trigger GT, the 648, and then 34. Which is the very, very rapid BMW, beautifully driven by Ben Tippett and by John Tippett and Claire Norman. Switched order for this race. So it's set up to be that, but it's going to be Claire driving because it's Charles driving now in this one. Charles Tippett, who was 76 yesterday. Lots of birthday celebrations. His granddaughter's beside me in the commentary box wearing the celebration T-shirt, which is absolutely wonderful. And the BMW number 34 then sits on P4. Next up is 157. That is Ben Tovey with the MGB GT V8, Rover V8 engine under the bonnet of that one. And we'll give you more as we go through. But alongside Ben Tovey was Mark Cloutman with the interestingly liveried Austin A40, really raucous, rapid race car. It's that one. Charges down through Folly, up Avon Rise. It is the orange Mini of Chris Atkinson, pole position. Chris Watkinson, pole position man, who leads the way. Watkinson, Johnson,
what an incredible sight as they come trundling down towards us. The Mini's not only in the lead, but it's actually got quite a margin over the Europa. We quite often see that here at Castletown, don't we? The Minis manage to go well. You'd think it wouldn't because it's such a fast circuit, but the fact that they can carry a lot of that speed through these corners, by the end of a lap, the momentum really, really counts. The Marcus of Ben Goff is under massive pressure at the moment, but I think it's actually Ben Tovey, 157, that is applying that pressure. And now Charles Tippett is there as well, so there's a pair of white cars all over the back of that red Marcus.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? And down the field, there's so many different types of car, including some very unusual cars. There's the Fairthorpe Electron Minor in there, Ginetta, and all kinds of cars in the mix. But it's Mini from Lotus Europa out front, Watkinson from Johnson, then it's the Marcos, then it's MGB, then it's the BMW getting out over the curve. Austin A40. First repeat car is the Mini of Mark Nies, the Dutch driver based in Surrey. He's in car number 63 with a Dutch orange roof on his car. 125 is next through behind him, which is Miles Sinclair with his Lotus 7 in a kind of pale blue livery. And then the Hobbs and Pollard and Burley and Thomas cars, and Rod Burley starting the Ford Capri number 28.
All change at the front, and it actually happened at Folly as they went past you. Is the yellow Malcolm Johnson Lotus Europa got into the lead up the inside of the flat-out right-hand kink, and he managed to make that stick all the way up to and round Quarry Corner. He's under pressure again, though, as they went past me here at Old Paddock in towards Tower, just watching that Europa dance on the brakes as the nimble Mini was trying to swallow it up. Wasn't possible, and interestingly, with those two fighting, is that the Marcus of Goff, number 30 just behind, has closed right in on them as well now.
Yep, and look at watch for Rod Burley, who's reunited with Dave Thomas's works liveried Ford Capri car that he last raced at the Nürburgring decades ago. Through they go. There's Johnson, as you say, who's picked up the cudgels out front in the 149, the Lotus, followed by Watkinson in the Mini. Goff, Tovey, Tippett, Cloutman, these all come through as they were before, and behind them we've got the Hobbs and Pollard G4 and 35, which is Mark Hobbs, who has gone through up into 8th place.
Leaders already coming through Old Paddock, and it again at this point is where the Mini really flies and is up onto the back of the Europa of Malcolm Johnson, the yellow 149 car, trying to make that the widest vehicle on the whole field as he came past me down towards Tower. He's made it work. He's still just about in the lead, but the Mini buzzing around him like a frustrating hornet, frankly, all the way around there. Small gap, and you've then got Ben Goff in the Marcus, that's still got Tovey for company directly behind him, and at the moment they've dropped Charles Tippett ever so slightly in that white BMW.
Yes, that's right, and Charles second in his class to Ben Tovey in this one, by the looks of things. Not much between the leaders still. Goff in the Marcus going well behind them, and then Tovey in the V8 MGB. There's Charles Tippett. Then we've got the Cloutman and Nies battle, and Mark Nies moving up alongside as they go through Folly, gets the Mini ahead of the A40. Right behind him, Mark Hobbs in the Ginetta G4, and behind Hobbs is Sinclair in the 125, the Lotus 7. So that's a 4-car battle brewing.
Yeah, it's your eyes are initially drawn to this lead battle, which again the Mini is so strong through the S's, and then the power is applied by the Lotus Europa. It doesn't sort of fully sort everything out for it. It's still under pressure all the way down the run towards Tower, but he now goes defensive on the inside. And then this battle that you're talking about, that frankly, actually, Marcus, it's a 5-car battle, because Charles Tippett is sort of being sucked into that one ever so slightly, I would say, as well.
Problems, meanwhile, for Mike Stevenson.
That Mini of Mark Canese has had an amazing opening for him, hasn't he? From 14th to 7th.
Yeah, he's a rapid driver. Didn't see much from him over the last year or so, but he's been a regular with the CSCC in recent times. He's based down Ascot way, so not millions of miles away, but he's going really well. And once he's past Cloutman, he's now reeling in Charles Tippett. We've got the Cloutman under pressure now on the Ginetta, which is Mark Hobbs. That'll be handed over to Gwyn Pollard, sometime Crosley racer, and the midfield cars coming through well is the bird, Hyde Andrews bird. Charles Hyde Andrews bird in it.
Kevin now. minutes, Kevin. That was a change as well.
Okay, so that's changed. So
and they didn't take part in this qualifying session.
Well, what happened? The radiator split.
Could I just confirm, by the way, the lead has changed. The Mini's in the lead now of Watkinson. He obviously did it at Bobby's last time.
Bobby's, you say?
Minis don't need brakes there, do they? So
not Bobby's, they don't. Yes, the Kevin Bird's radiator split on his outlap, and fortunately, Fred locally had one, and they borrowed his spare, and they got out workshop, and they got out. So
it's a new car to them this year, isn't it?
I think sort of, towards the end of last year it kind of appeared, and but that replaced the Porsche that they were running here in the Castle Combe GT Championship.
Indeed, they won at Spa, figured that they weren't going to do any better than that, retired for about a week, and then got the Cortina.
Johnson, Goff and Tovey the top four. Then it is Tippett in the BMW number 34, the Ranco Engineering prepared car. Then Mark Nees in the black and orange Cooper S with that patriotic Dutch national colours, the orange roof. And Hobbs is moving up the order well, because Cloutman has been shaken off in the raucous Austin A40. Sinclair and Lewis Salmon coming up. And Lewis Salmon's in that very, very smart grey and black Cooper S.
Great fight now is Charles Tippett's under massive pressure from the Canice black and orange 63 Mini that we've seen working through this field. But he's taken with him Mark Hobbs in the number 35 car, so that is absolutely flying, that beautiful Ginetta G4, and it is very much a three-car fight now.
That's right, the Ginetta's made originally in Suffolk by the four Walklet brothers, and later that Mark moved to Sheffield for a while, and these days is based in Leeds. And Ginetta's still very, very active, more active than they ever were in racing. They had fine handling cars back in the 1960s, like the G4 you see here, but real success story, Ginetta and its racing activities.
Yeah, even one of the British GT teams has switched from their Lotus. We were talking about this yesterday, the Amiras that they had, and they switched to Ginetta. And it's a big part of that was the programme that Ginetta throw at the teams to support them. So they do a big old job there. Lead to comfortably away from Goff in that red number 30 Marcus. But interestingly, how this is just on this proverbial elastic between these two, isn't it? Is that it came into my view, and the Lotus Europa of Johnson was right on the back of the Mini again. I just watched them exit tower, and suddenly there's a reasonable gap between them.
Yes, it's different strengths at different parts of the circuit, isn't it, with these cars? Showing, like I say, clean pair of heels to the Lotus with its mid-engine stance. Twin cam unit mounted at the back of that car. The Lotus. They're successful in Historic Sports Car Club 70s road sports in particular, where one is the current champion. Looking at Goff is third in the Marcos, fourth is Tovey, fifth is now Mark Nees, who's moved ahead of Charles Tippett. 50 years since Charles started racing in Columbus in 1975. And behind them we've got Hobbs in the Ginetta, Sinclair. Behind Sinclair in the Lotus 7 is Cloutman in that very fast starting A40. Lewis Salmon is next up in the 132 Cooper S, and behind Rob Burley, winner of several hundred races over the years in many different cars.
Yeah, the other week he popped into the commentary box yesterday. He was saying the other week he was up at Alton Park in a different one of his old cars.
On the Prelude, the Turbo Cosworth motor, had a couple of fourth places there.
He was asked the question whether he missed it and wanted it back, and he went, no, it's fine. I got to drive it again. That's enough for me.
Exactly.
Well, exactly. Very and he's not had the best of luck with his cars over the last couple of years, has he?
No, he hasn't. Had a big prang at Brands Hatch. But there we go. Chris Watkinson is doing a fabulous job out front in the Mini. They've got representing the local Marcos Mark. Jim Marsh's company was based in Westbury for a long time. Special voice for service. Hobbs and Sinclair, they're not absolutely together, but they're not far apart. And on a split by any races for sure. Cloudman is still 9, 28, 40, 10 to Sam, which is the Mini, and is open by the way.
And this is where we get this interesting dynamic change for some of these cars, isn't it? When we may have, well, either direction, we may have quicker drivers jumping in for the second half, or vice versa, we may already have the quicker drivers in.
The other Super Mini, beautifully turned out Mini, is the 144, and that is Francesca Roothouse, showing you that Rob. That car's just moved up into 17th place at the expense of the 124 car, which is the car. Henry Rice starting, Charlotte Dawson to take it over. Now it's getting closer out front at 8 laps because Johnson is moving in and very, very close now. And the Europa again looking menacing as they go up Avon Rise. Difficult to get the cars balanced over the top of that for the right-hander.
No, he's not managed to do it this time. Still sat there in second. Of course, they've got Lapri to contend with now as well. Great run down farm straight by that Europa, though. So it forces our race leader, Watkinson, in that Mini to go fairly defensive. But there lies another point, Marcus. Watching that Mini there is a lot of the bigger cars. If you're thrown into a defensive line, you're going to be massively compromised through something like the S's. But that Mini, frankly, I think you can throw them anywhere, and they're going to drag themselves around in the same way.
They're busy out the back of the circuit, getting past the Fairthorpe Electron Minor. That is the car of the Tards. And they're through past that into the pits. We've got one in the land. We've got the number 8 Mini, the Clive Tong von Winter car.
The car that's gone out the back of the pits is that 52 Datsun of Mike Stevenson. They have a misfire. They think it's something in the distributed cab. It could be a crack there somewhere, but either way, that car is not returning.
To the pits also has come John Leslie with a very interesting Reliant Sabre 6, 1966 car, I think that is. I think it's a D-Reg, isn't it? And that car has a straight 6 2.5 litre Ford engine under the bonnet, out of the Zephyr or Zodiac of the era. 10 laps down for our leaders. Mark these.
We just coming into the S's there is that there's a back marker ahead of our leader that just compromised enough and just tempted the Lotus Europa into a move. That was the pale blue number 84 car that was just didn't do anything wrong, you know, as we always say, they can't disappear. Brent Fowler in that beautiful Austin Healey frog eye just meant that Watkinson had to compromise the run into and through the S's. And Johnson was kind of like, well, I need to try and take advantage of this, don't I? But the track just kind of disappeared and tightened on him, and so he had to back out of it.
Okay, so has that widened the gap significantly? Well, nothing really between them still.
No. I think they were both compromised equally.
Yeah, and it's Watkinson who's sort of probably not spending much time looking in his mirrors right now because he'll get pretty much hear the Europa behind him. Goff slightly lonely in third, but only in place. At the end of the day, there's still 25 minutes of this race to go. Tovey is fourth. Behind Tovey, back up to fifth has come Charles Tippett in the BMW. That car still second in class, ahead of Mark Hobbs, who's just coming to the pits with the metallic green Jet G4.
We had a good exit from S's from that Europa. Johnson boosted it towards me at Old Paddock. Certainly had a very serious nibble towards the inside of the Mini, but it just didn't quite materialise. I was looking a little bit to the left at the time because we got a great fight. Where did I see it? Number 16 and 12, Watt, and the number 80 car. They're having a great tussle, but the pair of Minis behind them, 144 and 124, they suddenly came out of Old Paddock side by side, and I'm not sure which order they were by the time they got to you.
Well, we've got 3 minis running on together. We've got Francesca Roodhouse there. We've got Rice and Nice, who served his pit stop. Those 3 on nose to tail after 11 laps.
Which ones are they?
The minis, the emerald green car, black roof, which is 144. Francesca Roodhouse.
Yeah, those are the ones that are side by side.
124 and Nice in 63.
Yeah, Nice is pitted, hasn't it? So that's a little bit different, but watching them coming down towards the S's, they're sort of fanning out. The leaders are now having to pick through this. This is the interesting bit, Marcus, is that I've got a phrase that I always use. There's one thing worse than back markers, and that's battling back markers, and that's exactly what our leaders coming up to. First ones are the 124 and 144 minis, the white and green ones that you were talking about. Oh, that's putting them 3 wide for a second. Through goes our leader Watkinson past that pair. Next he's got Nice that is on a different lap to them altogether. So there's Lapri going on there, I think.
Also, the rain is falling, so it's now getting a bit more determined to become much wetter. So all of our drivers have that to consider. Watch the number 8 Mini give it plenty around that final turn.
Lots of dramas. We've got, I saw David Cornwallis's BMW there. We've got Watts. Lan went straight through one of the chicanes. And here over the start-finish line, that was leader Watkinson at 13 laps, putting a lap on Mark Nice. But Nice, of course, has served his stop, so he's lost a lap out of this. Mark Nice running in 8th place, so it's what in has come Johnson in from 2nd place. Goff now takes up that place in the Marcos. The red Marcos number 30 is now in 2nd place. In has come 124, which is Rice, handing over to Charlotte Dawson. And also in David Cornwallis's Radio Caroline BMW number 648, and right behind is Charles Tippett, who comes in from 4th place. So the 2nd and 4th place cars are into the pits at 13 laps, still with 21 minutes to go, 21 and 3/4 minutes to go of this 4th race.
It'll be interesting, won't it? Because Claire Norman's a quick peddler. She's a very talented racing driver, to say the least, taking over for her dad. And I know that Mike Land and Sue French are here that are sponsoring Claire Norman and Charles Tippett at the moment with the company Nickel Design. They've come along to support her since she's racing this time at their local circuit as well. And I look forward to seeing how she's going to go around here in 4th position. She's going to be seeing how if she can get up onto a podium.
Yeah, it's interesting. I think that's very possible. I mean, her lap times this morning, she went quickest at one point, and it was hugely impressive. Watkinson has come into the pits from the lead. This actually changes the complexion of the race for just a few moments. Car 35, and that is a 1-minute penalty. Car 35, I'm looking down the order frantically to try and find it. That's the Pollard and Hobbs Janessa.
It has pitted, so I assume it's going to be related to that.
I would have thought. Yeah.
It just says 1 minute. It doesn't tell us what it is, does it?
Don't know what that's about.
Leaders in.
Obviously, yes, he's been in. Then 4 has moved up to be the de facto leader, with the yellow Malcolm Johnson Europa scurrying through the apex of Camp. That car is still 4th, and Bird is up to 3rd. Burley's coming into the pits now,
kicking and screaming if it means he's got to get out of the car, I'm sure.
That's a venerable Capri. Bill Watt coming into the pits. There's a Lan behind Burley's knees.
Well, coming towards me is the Lotus Europa, and I can see lights ablaze on the car that was ahead of that one before these pit stops, and that is Watkinson, of course, in that Mini.
And Goff's just stopped, by the way. The leading Marcos is in.
Cool, okay. So the problem that Watkinson had in the 36 cars, he was stuck behind the 125 Sinclair car for a moment there. Got past it, but he'll see that the Europa is sort of more, you know, all of Tower and a bit more ahead of him as it stands.
Okay, so I can see the roper heading down towards me, down Westway, diving inside the Bird Cortina that's headed off into the pit lane. So 16 laps. Johnson now leads from Watkinson.
I can confirm what the minute penalty was for. I've had it confirmed by the Commandante of Mr. Smitheram, speeding in the pit lane.
Oh dear. Sort of unnecessary penalty, which will hit very, very hard. Here comes Claire Norman up the inside of the pink A40. They've got John Leslie's number 4 Reliance Sabre ahead of them. And where does the A40 move? Well, puts the squeeze on, but they've not got through past the lapped car until just after Folly. They got through safely. So that was exciting. Watkinson is running 4th ahead of Nees. MGB GT V8.
Here comes Claire Norman in front of me, so she's managed to clear and start pulling away from Cloutman in that number 20 purple Austin A40. So she's got that one done and she's pulling away. Is that car ahead of them one that they're then chasing? 1, 2, 5. No, that's just a back marker ahead of her next.
That's great. So we've got the Winter Mini 8. We've got Nees going through, followed by the Silver Elan. And 124's back into the pits. That's the Rice and Dawson Mini.
I have accosted the driver to come and speak to me, Francesca Roothouse, handing over Kermit, if I remember it's called, Kermit the Mini, over to Dad. Everything running well?
Yeah, no, it's going really well. We had a problem at start. We couldn't get second gear, changed the engine, and it's running really well.
So something I always say about minis is you never really need to brake. So I guess the brakes have lasted a long time with it, but any particular reason why the choice of mini? You've had it quite a few years now, haven't you?
Yeah, so my dad originally drove a TR6, and then I sort of came along and said, I can't drive that, I want something easier. So yeah, we saw Sam Polly was selling, because it was originally Sam Polly's car. So yeah, I thought, that's fun, let's do that.
You've stuck with it for quite a few years and you pedal it well. Brilliant stuff. Best of luck for the rest of the race. Thank you very much, Francesca Roothouse. Back over to the commentary box.
Thank you very much. That's is Chris down there in the pits, Chris Buxton. And 17 laps now. The battle is rejoined because Malcolm Johnson in 149 leads by 2.999 seconds from Chris Watkinson, who has just set the fastest lap of the race. He raised his previous one. It's a 1:19.506. Very quick in itself, only a couple of tenths quicker than Johnson's best, and 4 tenths quicker than Johnson last time round. Mark Nees is now up into 3rd place.
That's an impressive run, isn't it? 14th on the grid, and he's up there in 3rd, and just coming into the S's now. That black Mini with the red roof is under growing pressure now from Goff. The number 30 red Marcus. It's such a menacing look on the front of a Marcus anyway, and to see that coming up in your rearview mirror is going to be quite daunting, to say the least.
Marcus doesn't have a menacing look on his face.
He does in the morning.
Don't we all?
I think we're talking about the Dennis Adams designed one.
Just spoken to the 124 Mini misfire. It was misfiring slightly when Henry was racing it. It's misfiring very badly now.
That's a shame, because that was one of the two involved in that great tussle, wasn't it?
Yes, a huge battle. And the gap has come down to 1.9 seconds, ladies and gentlemen, first to second. 1.9, so that's another second pulled back by Chris Watkinson. That 38 in Nees is next up. He's got Goff, as you say, bearing down on him. In 5th place is 157, which is Ben Tovey with the V8 MGB GT. And in 6th place, coming through Cam In front of me is Niall Sinclair in the late spec S4 Lotus 7, which Matchbox made a model back in the day. Then it is Claire Norman and the BMW. And she has just done a 122. That car's best is a 121.
Goff is up into third, getting ahead of Lease as they come into the S's.
How's that A40 so quick? It's incredibly fast, isn't it? Pollard in the Ginetta, but he's got a minute penalty hanging over him, and Andrews Bird, number 85, Lotus Cortina. Johnson and Watkinson, it's 1.3 seconds. He's getting closer. And that's at 19 laps with 13 minutes to go.
And that's the thing, isn't it? It's a lot of fight left in this race, and in fact, the leaders are just coming out to the quarry corner. Still the yellow Lotus Europa and Johnson, number 149, that has it, but they're now coming up to a number of back markers, and in fact Johnson's just been compromised into the S's just with the timing, which now means that Watkinson has closed right in. There's probably about 5 car lengths. That's Europa lengths, not mini lengths, by the way. In fact, there's less than that now. It's probably about 4 mini lengths between them as they go down towards Tower. They're going to encounter some more cars there, and they're having to wait till the exit, which means that Watkinson is right with him. You're going to see the better view as they get into Bobby's.
Okay, and watch them to come out. Meanwhile, the new third place man is Ben Goff in the Marcos, number 30.
Yeah, that was the move I mentioned over here.
And let's have a look. 20 laps. It's nose to tail coming down. They're catching one of the little sprites. That is the 84 car, which is Brent Fowler. And as they come through, it's nose to tail for the lead through here. 0.138 of a second. And the Lotus is just holding on into the braking area at Quarry. And as they accelerate down onto the S's, it's over to you, Chris.
Yeah, lights ablaze on the second place car, not our race leader, and they're through past the absolutely beautiful Radio Caroline BMW of David Cornwallis, through safely there, which now means that they need to try and drag. They're catching up with the number 60 car of Bill Watt. That Lotus Elan is not slow, and the Europa is under growing pressure there from Watkinson, who tried to find a way, and that gap disappeared. They're both past the Elan before they get to Tower, so it is now all bets off, and it comes back into this strengths and weaknesses of different parts again.
Yes, it does, and the Mini is so quick, so nimble in the chicanes, but they caught Bill Watt going into Tower that time. Johnson and Watkinson through. What the land sounds like it's got something to it. But down in third place, it's a distant third now for Ben Goff. 30 Marcos. Toby got past last time through. Pretty well is the Burley free, number 28. It's getting a bit smoky. Dave Thomas now at the wheel of it, and it's ahead of the Tong and Winter. It's Clive Tong, Vaughan Winter now driving that car.
Lewis Bird was reporting that going through Quarry, there's a little bit of smoke coming from one of the corners of the third place Goff Marcus. So you see that it's loaded in one direction. It's just kicking up a little bit of smoke. Doesn't seem to be slowing him down. He's still sat there in third place. I think that Watkinson's going to take advantage of Lappery at some stage. That's where I see the move is likely to happen.
Yes, he'll box the Europa somewhere. Europa only has that one single wiper, which is parked in an upward position at the moment as they come through. And the Europa slowed a little bit there, and immediately Watkinson pounced and Is that a problem for the Europa? It's not close anymore. Has he lost a gear, I wonder?
I just think he went in a bit deep into Bobby's then because of the back marker.
Yeah, I'm not sure because it came out of here suddenly slow. It was like, and the gearbox's gear change linkage mechanism is notorious on a Lotus Europa for not being particularly accurate. I think it might be a cable operated thing.
No, I think you're right because one of the back markers has just got past him as well.
I think he went for another gear and found that it kind of wasn't there.
Yeah, it's definitely backed off. It's not crawling by some standards, but by its standard it definitely is. The 92. Oh, and that doesn't sound nice actually as it came past. I think so. It just had a real low grumble to it.
Well, hopefully next bit, Chris Buxton may be able to find out. But no Lotus victory here today because Bill Watson Land's been sort of misfiring, fluffing a little bit. It's an interesting little slot in the rear window. Here comes Watkinson then, 23 laps. Is this job done for him? We're going to see, yes, the Europa is coming into the pits. Ben Goff is in second place. Ben Tovey is now third. Mark Neese is back up to fourth. And in fifth place will be Niall Sinclair. It's a distant and lonely just overtaking Energy TTS on the Glen Cannon with the engine cover propped up the back of it. The lap on the other BMW of David Cornwallis, number 648, the Radio Caroline car, running in 23rd place. Very pretty lamb is the silver one. So that's Chris Winchester, number 25. And the Cloutman is still going well. Ahead of Pollard and the Cham Cortina.
A little bit of smoke coming from the 28 Capri. Obviously, David Thomas behind the wheel.
Yes, last 2 or 3 laps. That's worsening. Doesn't look as though it's a massive problem as yet.
Yeah, but what was the phrase that was used? It's fine when the smoke comes, when the smoke stops.
Yes, start worrying.
Oh, and we've got a spin here, and I think it was a bit of lappery that was being attempted. Just got a bit heavy with the right foot as they came out of the S's. It's the 35 car. Now that's actually a bit further back now, isn't it? Let alone it's got a penalty back in 9th, but early stages it was round. But it did just sort of try to make a move on the back marker, get back on the throttle a little bit too early whilst the car was still turning somewhat, and it just spat the rear end round. No issue, it's just in the middle of the circuit. It's got going, and he's going around Tower already.
Okay, that's Gwyn Pollard in the Jetta now. He's raced across the retro sports cars, the 5Ss. He's also raced in the historic Super 2 car. And so he's got Toby second and third. This is fourth. In fifth place now is Sinclair.
I wonder whether we keep an eye on this Capri as well, by the way, because the rear end was dramatically out of shape coming through the S's. Okay. Almost had a feel of getting loose on its own fluid type thing. Okay. But might be wrong, it might have just been a little mistake.
We'll watch for that. Top 8 now on the lead lap. Watkinson 25 laps down. Here comes, watch that car, the orange Goff and Tovey last time through 120.9, 121.9. They're 3.8 seconds apart. Martin Neese is going so well in that 63 Mini. The race, I would say. And, the Tom and Winter Mini has made it into the top 12. Car number 8 now.
Just to now stranded driver on the 124, Charlotte Dorsey. happened?
So I said to my dad, I'll go first, and then I'll at least get a race in. Ha 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 ha. He went first, and then on his last few laps, when he came in, he said he thinks it's misfiring. So I went out anyway, and it was obvious by the time I got to the first little chicane that it was definitely misfiring. So I did another lap and put my thumb down, and so I came in after that second lap. It wouldn't after going into third, it wouldn't accelerate out. It was just useless.
Such a shame, because it's such a wonderfully presented Mini. It's great to see. But you're getting ever closer to getting that cross off the back. What's the sort of longer-term plan for racing the Mini or racing in general?
Well, actually, this year I said to my dad that if I'm racing, you're racing. So this is the first year we've both raced together, mostly because he's the one who funds it, so I think he should race too. But my dad's raced his whole life, my whole life. I'm 33 and that's all I've known. So now he can share it, which he'll qualify really well, and then I'll drop a few places back. But I'm sure he won't mind. So that I want that to be as well.
Fair enough, can't fault you for that. London champion. We look forward to seeing you back on the track at a future event. That's Charlotte Dawson, the 124 Mini, back up to the box.
Thank you very much. We're working lap 27 now. Our race leader coming down into camp with lights ablaze. The Chris Watkinson Mini, seen off all comers in this one. I can see that Bird and Chab 85 Cortina is howling after him. But there goes our leader then. He's a long way clear. And Goff and Toby are still about 4 seconds apart. The Benz in number 30 is the Ben Goff Ford-powered Marcos. Next up will be the Rover engine 157, which is Ben Tovey. That's the MGBG TV8. Mark Neese is still fourth. We're into the last couple of minutes of this race. It's going to go 29 laps by the looks of the things. He's going to be out of the second. Adam Page. Swinging 60s race later in the day. Safely through. Car started by Charles Tippett. Mark Cloutman's A40. The pink A40 is in 7th place, the last unlapped runner. Just over a minute on the clock as the leader goes on to his last lap. I can drive by this minute, put the car on pole position. He is so far ahead of the rest. Here comes 30. Second is 23 seconds behind. Over the race, I think, without doubt, is starting down in, say, 14th place. Would you agree?
Yeah, it really is phenomenally impressive, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, the Birds have done incredible from right at the back, but a large chunk of that is, like I say, to be expected.
Local knowledge.
Yeah, and, you know, it clearly is a good car because it's on pole for the tour, isn't it? But, yeah, I think that Nice has done a phenomenal job.
Yeah, absolutely. And there we go. One more to complete the penultimate lap. That's Mark Cloutman, Austin A40, fighting the Chris Winchester Lotus Sedan. Here then, at 29 laps, the checkered flag waves, and it is Chris Watkinson who goes through in the number 36 Mini. He retook the lead on lap 23. We've got the Roothouse and Salmon Minis finishing together, albeit a lap apart. And that was Rob Roothouse and Lewis Salmon, who was a lap ahead. They finished there. Salmon was 9th. The Roothouse is in 14th place. Ben Goff and Ben Tovey in the 30 Marcos and the 157 MGB GTV8. They go through in second and third place. They take the checkered flag. Fourth is Mark Nees in the 63 metre, the Flying Dutchman, the Vliegende Hollander. He goes through in P4 from 14th on the grid. We wait now for Niall Sinclair in 125. There he is, acknowledging the checkered flag in the fiberglass bodied 7 S4. And there is Claire Norman. She comes home in a fighting 6th place, second in class behind Ben Tovey. I went down in the 121s earlier in the race, and then Cloutman completing the unlapped runners. We've got that's our race winner, Chris Watkinson, and we've got second Goff, third Tovey, fourth Nice, Mr. Sinclair, sixth is the Tippett and Norman BMW. Seventh is Cloutman, then a lap down in 8th place the Bird, Hyde Andrews Bird Cortina, Lewis Salmon's Mini, and the Hobbs and Pollard Ginetta, although that's got a minute penalty to serve. Where's that going to leave them? I think that's going to drop them a couple of places, probably behind the 8 Tong and Winter Mini and the 25, the Elan of Winchester. We seem to have lost the Burley and Thomas Capri on the last lap of the race, which is probably unexpected given the oil smoke that was issuing from the back of it. But absolutely superb Adams and Page swinging 60s Group 1 race. Group 2 action comes later in the day. We're going to turn our attention, having spoken, waiting to speak to our winners in that race, turn our attention next to the Alpha Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship, and that is race 13 on our programmes.
I've got my 3 victors. Oh, Mark Canese has joined us. I actually have the top 4 from the swinging 60s. Why not? I know some of the scrutineers are also looking at some of the cars ad hoc, which is absolutely fine. But I do have our victors. Let's have a chat with Chris Watkinson, pilot of the winning Mini. You look like you worked for that.
Yeah, just a bit. Yeah, I mean, amazing battle with Malcolm. Shame we lost him. It's like he had a problem. But yeah, I was glad I found him again after the pit stops, because we just kind of picked up where we left off. It was great fun. Shame we lost a couple of the other faster cars. Sam wasn't here. Dean didn't start today. So, but I mean, yeah, great scrap with Malcolm. Really enjoyed that.
What a mixture. You got Mini, Marcos, MGB V8, and again, all 3 of you in the podium. The Castle Combe really does bring out the best in all cars.
Yeah, it works, doesn't it? Yeah, well, obviously the chicanes worked to our advantage. I had to make my car very wide to hold off Malcolm, and even then didn't succeed. The rain threw in another variable as well. But yeah, just great racing here. Absolutely great racing.
Very well deserved win. Well done, Chris Watkinson. And I'm sure we'll be speaking to you again as the season continues. You look quite glad that the race is dealt with. So we'll let you get some rest and relaxation. Ben Goff then in the Mini Marcos.
Marcos, not a Mini Marcos.
Beg your pardon. Yes, I stand corrected. He's a Marcos, not a Mini Marcos. Yes, that's. Stand corrected on that one. You are next to a Mini, so that's the only defence I have. What a difference, though. You've got small front engine car, distinctly bigger rear engine car. But how was it out there for you?
Yeah, was I second then?
Yes.
It was good. I stayed with the Mini and the Europa at the start, and then I just kind of lost it a bit. I had a slightly inconsistent brake pedal. I don't know which number that is from the driver's excuses, but and yeah, I just went off the boil a little bit. But the Mini was great into the corners.
One day I'll take
we were having to anchor up a little bit more. Could pull in a little bit on the straights, but then they got away. So I had a kind of quiet race, really. Had a couple of dices with the MGB. But yeah, it's good. I want to say a big thank you to my co-owner, Ian Daniels. He's normally races with me. He's not here today. So, yeah.
But you had Hugo pit laning for you. I did notice that. He's trying to retire, you realise.
He did offer. It was very kind of him.
Excellent. Brilliant podium there, Ben. And I'm sure we will speak to you again as the season continues. Yes, Hugo, former CSCC director in the pit lane for the Marcos. How about that? Right, let's have a chat then with Ben Tovey. For the you look quite relieved that the race is dealt with. You had some hard work to do out there.
Yeah, that was a lot of hard work. She doesn't like turning in, so it was quite an entertaining from first lap to last. But thoroughly enjoyed it. It was a fantastic race. It was really close between a lot of guys, lots of overtaking of lots of different cars, and you sort of lose where you are. So it's it was nice to see that last lap board. I have to be honest.
Did the weather kind of agitate this car? Obviously, it's quite.
I mean, it was dry, so I didn't really notice any difference. So it's always worrying when you've got little droplets on the windscreen. You wonder whether it's going to get worse, but no, it was irrelevant today. So lucky so far. One more race. Let's hope it stays the same way.
Look forward to seeing you back out here after your next outing, Mr. Tovey. Best of luck. We'll let you get some rest. Now, the Jaguars have not been... the Jaguars are... Your secret's safe with me, Ben. It's fine. The Jaguars have not been released, so I'm going to take the chance to speak to our fourth place driver, Mark Canese. And, well, again, you're in quite an eclectic collection. You've got Chris in fellow Mini, but quite a bit bigger than you up here. But, again, how's it fared?
Yeah, very, very well in this race. First time we finished the race because we had lots of issues with misfiring during qualifying. And so I started on the 14th position and now make it up to 4, which I'm quite happy about. And a big thank you to the mechanic who's over there because we finally managed to find the issue. And there was a bit of a loose connector what caused the misfiring. But anyway, we're here, we've done a race and we're very happy.
Brilliant stuff. Now, I know I've spoken to you before, and that grin is unmistakable. So, again, your car's kind of gone from strength to strength. You joined a club, I want to say 3-4 years ago, I think. And if I remember rightly, it was in a barn for 5 years or something along there, 7 years before you actually ran it. And look at it now. Even though you've just run a race, it still looks immaculate.
Yeah, it's done well. We did a bit of work on it, of course, and painted it again. Changed the engine. So a lot of effort, but now we're hitting the top 5 and we're very happy about it. Yeah.
Well deserved. Mark Canese, great to see you, and we look forward to speaking to you up here in Victory Lane again. That's all 4 of our drivers, or our podium 3, plus a bonus visit from Mark Canese. Jaguars yet to be released, but I'll hand back up to you, Marcus Pye, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, and I don't know, do you, Chris Dawes, do you have the grid for the Jaguars?
Yeah, absolutely. That was posted a long time ago, actually.
I have it, but can you give it?
Yep.
I need to dash out for 30 seconds.
Yeah, no problem at all. Cheers. I will do. Okay, so the grid for the Jaguars, that of course being the Alpha Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship, is as follows. Pole position, the XK8 number 14, Jack Robinson. Alongside him, the number 2 XJS started, or more to the point, raced this time by Simon Lewis. Mike Seaborn will do the second race. Second row, number 15, the X-Type of Mark Bennett, and number 1, Colin Philpott in the XJS. Third row, 58, Michael Atkinson, and 139, Chris Boone. 156, James Wall, and 56, Charles Jackson. Row 5, 62, Tim Morant in the Daimler, and 45, David Ringham. 631, Ronald Ferguson, and 18, Damian Gray on row 6. Row 7 is 163, Andrew Maynard, and 3, Colin Porter. And alone on the 8th row is the XJS number 76, Samantha Sheen. Also gives me the chance to quickly quickly say out as well, I just mentioned Colin Porter there. He dropped me a line this morning saying, is it okay if we give a shout out to the lovely Lynn Bates from all of the Jaguar guys, and from me actually, Lynn, saying she's not been well. We wish she gets a very speedy recovery. Now, I am hoping that the stream is actually listening to that audio. If it's not, I might repeat that one, because she's poorly and at home and listening to the stream. Actually, I've just turned on the audio, and yes, it's got it. So the good news is, hopefully, Lynn, you have heard that. Sorry to hear that you've been poorly of late. She does so much work for the Jaguar Championship every single year. She's an absolute force of nature, is Lynn. One of the loveliest people you'll ever meet. And so, yeah, all of the Jaguar guys want you to know that they're thinking about you and wish you a speedy recovery. So a nice touch there from Colin Porter and all the guys. So they have made their way round Quarry Corner behind the safety car already.
I thought you were the loveliest person to meet, Chris.
Never. I think at the most I might be lovable rogue if I'm lucky, but no, that's it's nothing. I've just been told by the scandalous Helen McGee that that's questionable as well, apparently. So, yeah, here they come round.
Us Chris's will stand again, though.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, mate. Appreciate it. You know, I'm all over here on my own, and you never know. We need to stand together. A wonderful eclectic mix of Jaguars.
Very much so.
Sorry, mate, I wasn't sure. I love this estate that we've got out there. It's just a wonderful car, isn't it? And of course, we've got 3 with identical liveries, which is the great team that we got sent through, the Auto Reserve Jaguar parts. We got a great write-up from them, actually, didn't we, as well?
They are quite brilliant, aren't they? They've got the 3 cars in the silk cut colours. They've got the supercharged S-Type of James Wall's 156. They've got the XJ Turbo Diesel, which is Charles Jackson. That's 56. The other silk is Mark Bennett with the number 15, which is the estate, isn't it? It's absolutely flying here. One of the reasons that Volvo did the estate for British Touring Car Championship, was that extra length of roof allowed it to make more downforce, which was interesting. Something he learnt from, I'm sure, from the Marshall and Fraser Reliant Kitten. Prior to that, the Mini Traveller, which Ginger Marshall drove in special saloon racing all those years ago, which was both phenomenal pieces of work powered by their own engine. And here come the Jags then, and it is Jack Robinson in the Swallows car, the white front, black rear, alongside Silverstone winner, and that is the car of Simon Lewis. And away they go. Lots of vehicle there to try and pull and as they go into Quarry Corner for the first time, hard on the brakes down there, big cars to stop. It is our poleman, Jack Robinson, who leads the way.
Halfway through, and before I got to be able to see them, the sound of these cars is quite staggering. Just such powerful cars, and yet somehow, you're right, they handle them brilliantly, although they're big beasts. The front 3 have done a mini breakaway, so the pair of XJSs, because Colin Philpott is up into 3rd place in that number 1 car, getting ahead of Mark Bennett. Interestingly as well, Jamie Peters has recently saying that apparently that head stop is from Lewis Ryan. They're safely around the tower, and it does appear to be a little scramble to a thrill.
Yes, it does. And you can hear the distinctive noises. You can hear the superchargers on the 139 Chris Boone and the 156 James Wall car, particularly on the James Wall car. But through they come. Jack Robinson from Simon Lewis. And next up is Phil Pott with his Parabel Jaguar, the 4-litre XJ. The Motorsport car runs second. V12 under the bonnet. Someone's gone bang, or was just locked a brake. Maybe, I don't know. There's a lot of smoke down towards Quarry. Smoke hanging in the air down there. So has occurred right onto the grass. On the exit, I think, but...
Yeah, I think everybody does seem to be there. Our pole sitter and race leader, Jack Robinson, has made a bit of a breakaway now, but it's still going to be a three-way fight because it looks like the 139 car of Chris Boone, the XK8, although as they get on the power down towards tower, that spreads out again. The second and third place cars are absolutely together. Colin Philpott, that's the XGS with the red and black flashes in it. He was looking to possibly throw his nose up inside the tail that time.
Yeah, that car belches flame on the overrun down into camp every time. I'm watching the stance of the lead car over the undulations. It looks to be kind of pogoing through some of the corners, but it's certainly quick. They go for Robinson, Lewis, Philpott, Boone in the first of the supercharged cars. Wall in the second supercharged car. You can hear that mechanical supercharger kind of whirring above the engine, rasping sound.
Yeah, I think you summed it up there. There's such a variety of sounds from these cars. It just works, and they really do grumble and everything else.
Sounding championships, because there's such a variety.
Yeah, absolutely, I'd agree, and that's why it was such a great experience to come from behind the spectator mound as they were going round. So I heard them before I saw them, and it was like, wow, they are incredible. They genuinely are. I mean, that estate is a real car, isn't it? It's
BMW sound fabulous. Pretty similar. And this one you've got 6 of them, you've got 12 cylinders, all kinds of different versions of them. And the big cars, they're remarkably wieldy through the corners. Robinson continues to lead. Wall's car is the one that sounds the most savage. That supercharger. Blowing more air into the engine. Moving up into 8th place. But a whole variety of old Jaguar liveries. Beck's HBest C. The one livery among them.
With the Jaguar F1 team, wasn't it? That was the one that was born out of Stewart, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right, which was also nice to have that there. So through they go. It's just settled down momentarily. The other one, I just suddenly look at it, of course, we got the big Daimler there as well, don't we? With the Castrol. It kind of looks big enough to be. It doesn't look like a race car, that one, does it?
That's right. Samantha Sheen, who's enjoying this season of Jaguar racing. The Motul livery, of course, is reminiscent of one of the liveries used on Tom Walkinshaw's cars in the 80s. I love is the commitment of some of these drivers. They do really have to work hard to keep the momentum up. Great to see.
My favourite sound, that screaming is just fantastic.
I've stopped trying to guess what my best is because I say I think one and then I go. I do. Genuinely, I do. I love watching the XJS races because I grew up with that being my dad's favourite car and target car. And so I think, you know, when you're a youngster, obviously I started watching up here at Quarry Corner at 5 years old, watching cars like this go around and knowing that was my dad's favourite car. As a son, you fall in love with it as well.
My father was a Clover Peak. Unusual American car. And they come there, and Robinson isn't getting away. 1.7 at the end of the in the previous lap. That gap is now 1.27, so improvement for Lewis, who is charging now. Philpott continues to be third in the 4-litre XJS, and then Boone in the Kovcats car, the XK8, supercharged by the yellow and blue coupe. Then it is Wall in 156, James supercharged S-Type R.
I still keep looking at these top three and think it's settled down, but then we watch some personal best come from the 3rd and 4th place cars of Philpott and Boone, the alternative books, they just look like they could still pounce potentially. We've got that wonderful estate car as well that it looks like it's closing in on the sort of the grey and black XK. That's the one. I got a little bit obsessed by that.
Yeah. And a little closer. That lead advantage is being chiselled away by Simon Lewis. And the Powerbell car in 3rd place, which is Colin Philpott. That sounds really strong. Team putting on a great show with their 3 cars.
The lead 2 are a lot closer.
They are. Down to a second.
Yeah, and I mean, it looks less than that as they come through in front of me. And of course, it's great, that 2nd place car with Motul on it. Of course, we've got the Motul Media Centre as well these days. Yeah, that's suddenly closed. Now, I suppose that was actually a slower lap by our race leader. But with such big cars, maybe they just need to let them through every so often. And that was what caused the Lewis car to close back up on it. But they've never been fully out of touch.
I'd say. Now it starts to become tricky because finding our way through 0.67, that looks good. But fastest lap still to the leader, but that was as early as lap 2, a 1:17.035. Personal best last time for Lewis, 17.717.
Lead pair have pulled away from Philpott's lost contact, in that 3rd place. He's back into a no man's land, but Boone's not likely to pressure him as it stands at the moment. But our lead 2 are about to encounter a bit of traffic this time round. Down in towards Tower they go. Are they able to clear that car? No, they're still trying to clear it, so it suddenly means that the lead 2 are completely nose to tail as they exit out of my view.
Pick them apart. Opportunity. There they go. So the Bobby's corner. And the leader didn't get the apex there. It was about a metre out from the apex and is definitely being caught by the tune of another couple of attempts. It's down to half a second, 0.50 between Jack Robinson and Simon Lewis. Colin Philpott still 3rd in number 1, last year's champion, and in 4th place it is. Switch cars during the Silverstone meetings. This one broke, we've got another one from home so far from Silverstone to Coventry.
I do, again, you mentioned it as well, Philpott's flames, shall we call it, is belches out as he comes into S's every time, and it's such a big bang, and it doesn't look like it's actually coming from his car. There's like a gap between the flame and his car from a distance. You know me, I'll always burst into song from someone. I'm loving the fight that's just gone in front of me. It's settled momentarily, but it is Mark Bennett in that estate X-Type, or what do you call it? What they used to call that? Those shoot brake or
shooting brake.
Shooting brake, that was it. As soon as you said it, I remembered it, but I forgot it again. Of course, that's lost places, having started third on the grid, but it's all over the back of Atkinson's number 58 XK8. I've got to say as well, watching the stream clearly is Melvin Hooker, long-time fan, etc. of Jaguar Racing. Good to hear from you, Melvin.
Jackson went through 56 there. Charles Jackson, a lovely sort of waffle from the exhaust of that car. Sounds quite different. So that's the lower revving turbo diesel, 2.7 litre. It's a 5.3.
Thought for a second we were going to have a challenge from Bennett. The estate went looking to get alongside the XK8 of Atkinson, but not quite managed to do it, but he was still nibbling as they went round Tower that time. I noticed that Robinson felt pressured into doing a new fastest lap of the race in the lead last time round.
Yes, maybe he has had something in reserve, but he's down to 160, 429. And that is 8 tenths inside his pole best. This is Robinson from Lewis Philpott. That is the next up. 45 JS. Yeah, the States is going really well, isn't it?
It is, as it comes round in front of it. It's all over it. In fact, it looked to me as though the 58 car just ran, I don't even want to call it wide, it went wider through Old Paddock, and it meant that the State was looking up the inside. Again, it's still doing it as they go through Tower, but you just can't get the noise pedal down loud enough as they exit out of Tower. And of course, as we know, it funnels for any car into bobbies, let alone these big jacks.
Yeah, this was a superb tussle. And we've seen Chris Boone beginning to make some ground towards Colin Philpott. But superb tussle between 58 and 15. Atkinson and Bennett. That's Bennett in the estate. That's probably the best battle in the race.
Lead two are coming through. That feels a little bit closer again. That piece of elastic snapped close again. Boone is definitely right with Philpott. I keep trying to work out whether there's a slight issue with Philpott's car, because of course he's dropped away from tussling with the cars ahead. But you know, it might not be a problem with these cars, Marcus. I get the impression that they can sort of suddenly scream foul the more time and laps that are put on them. As we've talked about. Sixth and seventh, just all the way round here, just constantly trying to find, and he's now going up the inside, and you're going to have to pick that one up, I think, as they get to Bobby's, if it's on the screen.
Yeah, they were probing. It didn't happen, didn't change, but the car of Mark Bennett, 15, was closer, and it's coming down towards Camp. Millions of miles behind Boone and Wall, in actual fact. We're down to 4 minutes to go. I'm watching Atkinson and Bennett. They're into the 19s. Yes, they're lapping quicker than the three ahead of them. So they are making ground at 12 laps towards the next three. has dissipated to a degree. We could quite easily see, yes, I'm watching this now, we've got, there was a back marker between the leaders that didn't really help Simon Lewis. He's through past the car, which I think is 163, but through is the 163, which is 40. But here's the third and fourth. Belcher flame again from Colin Philpott. And 156 but the tussle between Atkinson and Bennett has broken up. Having thought that it was going to be... I
think it was Lapri that caused that, Marcus. Yeah, they just got them at the wrong time.
Yeah, down to 2.5 minutes to go, so there will be certainly this lap. There may well... fairly soon. This one, just because of the way the fog is descending. Here's our leader. Oh. It was 1.8 seconds. Again, the leader doesn't dive into the apex, nor does second. 14 laps down, looks a bit closer to me, but actually it's gone out fractionally. The side with the rolls of crops in the background, that's makes a nice vista here. And the state is coming back towards 58. Bennett closing in again on Atkinson.
So this is going to be their penultimate lap, isn't it? I don't think they're on their last just yet. Separated by those couple of seconds. But third is not settled. Boone's still there, applying pressure to Philpott in the number 1 XJS. Again, still not quite close enough to launch a challenge. And I wonder whether Boone's going to be sort of thinking a little bit about his championship, because they are in different classes, aren't they?
Yep, championships are decided within classes or across the full spectrum. Beat who turns up in the class. And Boone has been around this game for a long time, and he's closing in on Colin Philpott. Philpott's third. Boone leads his from wall. He's quite comfortable there, but the estate car has absolutely reeled in Atkinson. So Michael Atkinson has been caught by Mark Bennett. Just wait now for the last lap to drive us downfield. Last for the Jags, and of course there's a second bout later in the afternoon. Here they come. 2.2 seconds between them at the end of the previous lap, but this time through, here they come, and it's Jack Robinson, our pole man, who wins the race from Simon Lewis. In just a lap there was Samantha Sheen at the back, but who's going to be next through? It's going to be defending champion Colin Philpott in another of the B cars, but only about 3 lengths ahead of Chris Boone and the Kovcats. Kovcats XK8.
3 lengths is quite a bit for Jaguars.
Yeah, or Atkinson and Bennett complete the next 3, and Let's see how close Bennett got to Atkinson. 0.17 at the end of it, so that was impressive. And still more come back, all sounding crisp. And it's Jack Robinson then as our winner. That's number 116.429. In second place was the Simon Lewis XJS V12. Then it was Colin Philpott with his XJS. Chris Boom with the XK8 was in fourth place. James Wall fifth. Michael Atkinson next. Mark Bennett behind him. Behind that is Charles Jackson. And then it was Ronald Ferguson, bright green car, and number 10, which is Tim Morant. There's no film, Breaker Morant. So that's the top 10 in the first of our Alpha Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship races. And there'll be a second at the end of the programme. Here comes our winner. That is Jack Robinson. He started out the season very well, had one or two problems at Silverstone, as I recall, but has rediscovered his mojo and is right up their car, absolutely au point, which is super news. Next on track, of course, we'll be speaking to our winners. Before that will be the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K. Cars all corresponding to or compliant with the FIA homologation that their manufacturers sought for them to compete in international motorsport back in the day. And one of the cars there, look at that, we'll see a 991, watch for that. That will be the extraordinary Plymouth Barracuda. And watch for that when it comes out. And that'll be in the hands of its Australian pilots. And one is Ernst Luthi, who is of Swiss origin but based in Oz for a long time, and George Pethard, who's come from Australia. Car is co-owned by CCK's Sean Rainford, father of Charles Rainford, BTCC racer, and its first time out in competition is 5.2 litres. 318 cube or something like that now in place, the original 4.4.
I've got our victorious three with us here. Some of the Jaguars still coming past me. Wonderful S-Type still singing its song that I like so much. The all Jaguar drivers are giving themselves a well-deserved congratulations, and Chris Robinson actually handing out water to them as well. But such as the camaraderie that is being shown here, but we see that from all of our categories as well. Let's have a chat with Colin Philpott, purely because you're closest to me. That beloved number one XJS of yours is still doing the business.
Yeah, still put a lot of work into it. Really pushing it hard though today, definitely pushing it to sync up with these two boys. But yeah, having fun. I'm enjoying it. I don't know, I think I've got a little bit of a clutch issue. I need to check it out. I missed so many gears out there that time. Something not quite right, but I was pulling these boys in going into Quarry, but I kept thinking if I can get close enough, I'll get down the inside of them before they get into the little chicane, but weren't enough.
I'd love to chat longer, but the next race has already been released. Colin Philpott, third place. Well done to you, sir. We'll have a quick chat with Simon Lewis, driver the number 2, with the cap as well. That completes the image, actually. Well, what a race, sir. Well done.
Fantastic race. Jack, absolutely exemplary. He drove a super race. Didn't put a foot wrong, really. I was just hoping that he might make one small mistake, but he drove it brilliantly. There was a couple of times I started to catch up, and then he got caught out by a back marker for a bit, but he pulled away a little bit again, and he drove a fantastic race. Colin was right with us near the start. I think he might have had a problem halfway through, but again, I'd like to thank all my mates and Sam Clark for building the engine. everybody, mum, dad, you know, wife, kids, all the normal things. So really chuffed with second, and congratulations to Jack.
Absolutely, sir. Well done, Simon Lewis. And give Mike a hard time if he throws it off the road again. Very quickly, as the next race has already been released, Jack Robinson. That thing sounds, and it performs phenomenally.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, no, it was a really good race. Simon kept me on my toes. He was chasing me the whole way down, I think, so I kept looking in the mirror. It was just trying to keep a bit of a gap. We'll come up to back markers. It was a bit nerve-wracking, but yeah, glad to finish first. Yeah.
Love to chat more, but the next race is already on the way. Jack Robinson, well done. Back up to you, Marcus, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much, Chris. And yes, the grid for this one sees the stunning Jaguar E-Type 63 E-Type of Will Garrett and Tim Crichton on pole on 23.287. And pole with 0.3 per second from 132, which is Alexander Hewitson with his Austin Healey 3000 Mark II in a Works Tribute livery. Then we have 46 Jerry Bailey with his Ford Mustang, 96, which is Neil Merry with the Sunbeam Tiger with the smaller Ford V8 engine, 4.2 in the Mustang, 4.7, 109. Merry, 420, 167, 4, Alan Jones for sale, 4 Lotus 14 now, 3 11, 901 for Bognor is Motorsport 32, Brian Lambert, the veteran, in his Extron Amsterdam Genaz G4. And then 38 is the Prutton Scantlebury MGB Roadster. 66 is Russell Martin, MGB Roadster. 261, Graham Brown, Lotus Elan. 153 is Steve Spink, the MGB. Then we've got 15, Steve Chapman, Triumph TR4. 631, which is the Pim Remine and Peter Hiscock's MGA. Then we've got the Luthi and Petard Plymouth Barracuda we talked about briefly beforehand. 52 is Mike Stevenson, his Lotus Cortina. 121 is Krista Edwards, Triumph TR4, John Andon and Robert Raw in similar cars. Partridge and Thomas MGA, Gray and Gray and no one has MGA, Barbara Lambert's MGB. They completed the field as the Classic K cars charged down towards Quarry Corner in bright sunshine. The E-Type has got there first.
Yep, they're all round Quarry heading towards me, although there's still a few more filtering their way through, such is the difference in speed between this field, but it is the 25 car. Ooh, just a great view through the window there to see him soaring on the steering wheel as he came through old paddock there. If you saw the car, you wouldn't think he was having to do that, but my goodness, through the window, it was an absolute handful for him, but he's got it through, and it then means that he's leaving the pair behind him to have their battle. Is Hewitson trying to get back on into second place?
Yeah, we're told it's Garrett who's starting the Jaguar, and then we'll hand over to Tim Crichton, as he did with the Lotus Emira yesterday. But he comes down into Camp Corner ahead, and looks like Jerry Bailey is in second with the Mustang. Third is Hewitson in the Healey. Fourth is Neil Merry. Behind Neil Merry is Mooney in the lovely little Sprite coupe. Mooney is number 420, which is Neil Howe at his TR4.
It looks as though that lead margin has come down a little bit now. So the 46 car of Jerry Bailey still sat there in second position, still being harried by Hewitson, the 132 car that lost that second place off the start. But then actually, as the power is applied coming out of the S's, and a big opposite lot from the big Jerry Bailey car, means that our leader does stretch his legs a little bit again as they make their way down towards Tower. 96 Merry is then stuck in fourth place at the moment. It does mean that all eyes are back to second, be third, but it's interesting, out of the quality, all three look like they're flying astern for a
corner of my screen of the live stream, but it is the Garrett Jaguar which leads the way. Absolutely pristine car. This had a little bit of a problem with it, the noise issue prior to quali. Had a puncture. The right rear tyre for the Kirby, which caused a headache in the pits. The midget of Mooney going really well in 5th place, 3-1-1, ahead of Neil Howe. Behind Neil Howe is Alan Ross Jones in the Lotus Cortina. Then it is Moore, Brown and Brian Lambert.
Looking down farm straight towards Quarry Corner, still the battle raging between second and third. I was going to say little and large. It's actually large and little to be chronologically correct as they come through Old Paddock. And just trying to work out whether the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th place cars that are largely line astern are closing in on Merry, the red 96 car that's sat there in 4th place at the moment, possibly ever so slightly at the moment. So we could have a 5-car train for 4th place soon.
We could indeed. Let's see how the Jag is faring. Fastest lap last time through was to Jerry Bailey, a 1:23.289. Sounds really thuggish, doesn't it? The Mustang in second place. 2.1 seconds adrift of the Garrett Crichton Jag. He's still 4th. Mooney's still 5th. Up into 6th now has come Alan Ross Jones with the Cortina number 71 ahead of Neil Howe in the how's that TR4. It is Moore and Brown and Brian Lambert, whose wife Barbara is also out in this race in the family MGB.
Leader goes through a bit more relaxed, which the same cannot be said about the 46 car of Jerry Bailey. That Mustang might have the grunt, but in fairness, the car behind, the 132 car of Hewitson, which of course is a much more nimble Austin Healey 3000. That was a number change. It was down as 31 in the original entry list, but they're now running as 132. But it just doesn't have the grunt, Marcus, and it's going to have to be really clever to find a place where it can get past that Mustang.
122.68 is the new fastest lap. It doesn't have either the power or the handling possibly to get past or the grip, shall I say, to get past the Mustang. He's making a very, very good fist of this, and he tucks into the slipstream. They're fading from the Jaguar. Alan Ross Jones now coming past Mooney, going up this side by side through Folly, and the Cortina prevails. Dr. Alan Ross Jones on the inside. So what a place gained by Ross Jones, who started in 7th.
Oh, we've got the challenge by the Healey, and it came down to a wide line, slight lock-up by the Mustang as he came into the S's. And in fairness, Hewitson didn't want to be given that invite more than once. He just slammed up the inside into the massive, great big gap. To be fair, it wasn't even a tight gap that he went for. Such was the deep break-in that we had for the Mustang. It never looked like he was going to lose it, but it just felt like that was a lot harder work than he'd experienced the previous laps.
Ross Jones in the Cortina got past Mooney and put his nose ahead at Folly. Didn't complete the move until they dived into the S's. Pretty impressive. And they've got Neil Howe in the blue TR behind them, and then the next to the Jaguar E-Types, which is Andrew Moore in 167. So Hewitson has found his way past Bailey. Bailey's car sounding ever gruffer. There is next then Alan Ross Jones, as we said, who made that move, finally stick into the S's over the car of Dominic Mooney.
and it looked a lot more straightforward for the now third place Bailey coming through S's than it was last time that lost him that second place. But I was just trying to keep an eye out because it did look like such a handful going through or into the S's last time that lost him that second place. I wondered whether there was a slight issue, but it looks okay again now. If anything, Marcus, I suspect that he's just tapered it off ever so slightly because he's not defending like Billio.
Yeah, it's interesting to see how the strengths ebb and flow within these little duels. We're 5 laps in. Through goes the Garrett Crichton E-Type, ahead of Hewitson, who cut his teeth in vintage cars. Then we go back to Neil Merry in 96, the Tiger. 71 on Ross Jones. Howe is next up, and he's got past Dominic Mooney, of course, is the Mr. Midland Classic Restoration sponsor of this series. 53-year-old Dominic Mooney, and he's got more behind him. And then the car of Graham Brown started 13th, and that's moved up into 9th place ahead of Spink Martin and Ogborn. And that'll be the Mark Prusson MGB, which will be handed over to Simon Scantlebury later in the race. Brian Lambert has come into the pits, so I think that's a little early. This is another Genetic G4, which is previous raced in the Open. This is a closed car with good racing history to it. Jaguar has to zap over the curbs on the inside of Cam Corner just during some lappery. That may have allowed Hewitson, who's just done his best lap of the race, to close in just a little. So 1:25.1 last time for the leader, and 1:22.6. That was all down to traffic.
Yeah, and you can see them exiting Quarry now that they're visibly close. It's still a big old gap, isn't it? But it's definitely closer. And I was sort of watching the second and third place cars last time round, and it's almost like it's to both of their advantages that they're not fighting with each other anymore. Yes. You just watch the lines that they're taking through S's, and especially here through the very fast old paddock, constantly accelerating through and out of it, and both of them look a lot smoother, still phenomenally quick, but just a lot more in control. Whereas, of course, Bailey was trying to be very defensive, wasn't he, earlier, which meant it wasn't necessarily on the optimum line. He wasn't looking in the optimum direction, things like that. Now, I think we're getting the best out of those two cars.
Yep, would say so. Got a nice little TR battle brewing down the order. And then looks like Rain and what was it? Is it Rain? No, Raw and Anden. You'll see them on your screen if you're watching on the streaming. Still 2.2 seconds, virtually nothing, just literally hundreds between the quick boys last time through. Ross Jones up into 4th place now, and Dominic Mooney and Andrew Moore. Front runners to make a pit stop. That's in the TR number 420, blue TR. Watch out on track for the remarkable Plymouth Barracuda, in the hands currently of Ernst Luthi.
That looks like a big heavy car though. I mean, but not always, that doesn't always mean it is, but it just looks like.
Somebody's running the early Trans Am races in the colour of Team Starfish. one of the old racers based locally to here has a Starfish car. I think it's a replica in terms of tribute livery.
The mistimed pit stop for Brian Lambert is not quite so. Fuel starvation, misfire, something along that kind of ilk.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, unfortunately, Brian's been racing since the 1960s, and he knows his cars inside out, and he's been through the full gamut of emotions over the years with recalcitrant, tank, as some say.
Our race leader just had a challenging time getting through some of the back markers over here, in particular Mike Stevenson in the number 52 car, the Lotus Cortina, kind of came out and was aiming towards the inside of that car, and then Stevenson, I understand what he was trying to do, suddenly went, dive out of the way, went towards the right, that was where our race leader was aiming, and so he suddenly had to dive back towards the outside and get past him. He's got it done. The only good news for him is that Hewitson was too busy getting past the back markers a little bit further back, so I don't think he will have really gained an awful lot, if anything, from that.
Question in the pits. Did Brian Lambert's crew call Barbara Lambert in to come and assist with the problem with the Ginetta?
Unfortunately, the earthquake-inducing Mustang came past as you were asking the question. Is Brian assisting with the diagnosis of the car?
No, I wonder whether because his wife's come in, Barbara, with the MGB, and whether she's gone over to help.
No, Barbara's arrival. I partly wondered whether Brian would actually commandeer the MG, like in the 50s when F1 cars were actually shared amongst different drivers.
Mike McDougall, the double British Hill Climb champion, he started a Cooper in one of the Grand Prix, and Jack Brabham took it over midway through.
Indeed.
Sterling Moss and co used to change over sometimes.
But yes, Brian was looking distinctly fed up when I went over to speak to him. He's had a lot of trouble recently with the Ginetta. He says that's going to be the last race of the year. He's going to put the toys away. Let's hope it resurfaces in a bit more of a well-behaving mood.
Is he far from Gruntled?
Distinctly far from Gruntled, yes.
So, nose to tail now for the lead. 25 and 1-3-2. And that's a development because Alexander Hewitson has caught Will Garrett. And that car, the Garrett car, still has the best lap of the race, 122.248. 122.248. Car in quali, 23.287. I wondered, is it Will Garrett in there? We've been told it is. That was what was declared. I wonder whether we'll see the tall figure of Tim Crichton get out of it when it comes to the driver change. I was looking down, scanning the pit wall actually with binoculars to see if there was anybody waiting in the wings down there. Organised. The drivers who've taken cars over, and here comes Ernst Lutli to hand over to George Petard with the wonderful Plymouth Barracuda.
I feel sorry for the poor souls I saw pushing this thing through the paddock earlier, just before engine start time. Literally, they'd left it 2 more minutes, they'd have been able to drive it.
Yeah, they had a problem between the sessions they did because it jammed in gear. And the Classic Cars Kent team were underneath it, busy trying to free it all off, free the linkage off. But out front, there's some absolutely stunning Jaguar from the Hilton and Moss team is out there, just currently withstanding everything that Alexander Hewitson can throw with the Austin Healey, the 3-litre Healey against the 3.8-litre Jaguar.
The leader's just going around Tower now. virtually together.
Yes, they have been for the last couple of laps.
Yeah.
And Jaguar appears to be just sliding a bit more now. A little slit above its that rear lip with the boots just fractionally open. Probably to draw some air out of it. And here comes Paul Ogborn in the 901 1963 Mini with the A registration. Yeah, this Jaguar is absolutely pristine, and had a look over it in the paddock this morning. Car's still waiting to rejoin from the pits, several in the pit lane right now. And Alan Ross-Jones is now up to third place in the Lotus Cortina, because of course Jerry Bailey stopped last time round, and Neil Merry comes in as well. So Mooney up into fourth place, the champion sponsor in 311 is Richard the fastback the Ashley GT bonnet and boot, and then we've got Merry in the Tiger, he's in the pits, and Graham Brown completing the top six. Leaders still pretty close, and they come into the braking area. There's one car ahead, and the Jag's getting a little bit more sideways, using its tyres a bit more now, and the Healy has lost a couple of lengths on this lap, but nonetheless is still very much in contention as they go through Folly. The Jag goes to the left of an MGB over the top of Avon Rise, Mini ahead of them. The Jag comes round the outside.
It remains MGA is just pulled away, and it gave an almighty great belch of smoke straight to his poor team's face. But I'm being joined by now the he's just still catching his breath. That's Luther. He's just got out of the Plymouth Barracuda. How's the car behaving?
Well, the car is behaving very well. It's actually much more predictable than you would think for a muscle car. The only problem we have at the moment, it's only third and fourth gear. So probably the linkage is getting into first and second, but which doesn't matter. Once you're on track, third and fourth is plenty.
Okay, I was going to ask that. I mean, does that affect how you're driving this particular circuit? But I guess all is well as far as that's concerned.
Yeah, exactly, everything else is well, and I think I'm enjoying myself. It's a great circuit. It's fantastic the way it is.
Oh, brilliant. And it's such a wonderful car. Tell us a little bit about the actual Barracuda.
Well, Barracuda was purchased by Sean Rainford from CCK Historic in the 1970s, I think.
Well, 25 years ago.
Oh, wow.
At least 20 years ago, yes.
So he bought it, and then he had his kids in the back, 3 kids, and they were all singing Barracuda. So we had that stored away in the workshop, and we got another car with him, who's been racing before, and he was sitting there painted, and we got talking and said, look, why don't we build this up in a race car and have fun together as well? So, and that's how it came about.
Oh, that's wonderful, and we really hope that we get to enjoy the Barracuda again. So thank you very much for spending the time to speak to me. You have earned a deserved rest. Thank you very much.
There will be a Brands hatch.
Oh, excellent, so we get to see the Brands. Back up to you, Marcus, in the commentary box.
Yeah, we can see George Butler going out in that car now. He's already back on track and up to speed. The Barracuda, which has so far got down to a 1:32.9. In fact, I think that last time round that looks like it might be its best lap. Here comes the Jaguar, which leads because Hewitson came into the pits last time round, and so that split the leaders. Another of the TRs coming in. That's the kind of toothpaste liveried car. Dentifrice. It comes, number 15 into the pits, and that is Steve Chapman. We still have 17 minutes to go. Variety of MGAs around. 555's the car that broke this morning in quali. So 16 laps down for the lead Jag. It hasn't stopped yet, but it is the only car now, with the exception of one that broke down on track, John Andon's number 4 TR4. And there's a bit of a squeeze for the leader. He comes up inside one of the TRs. That's 121. Getting on with the Barracuda. He's just improved his best to a 131. He races a Porsche 911 in Australia. That's Luty, who Chris Buxton spoke to, has raced an Alpine A110 down there, but currently racing a Fiat 124 Coupe. I did see the stranded TR out of the corner of my eye on one of the screens. Hewitson is second, despite his stop, by the looks of things.
That's some control, isn't it? If he's stopped and still up in second place. And it'll be interesting to see when the 25 car comes in, is that we'll be able to then straight see where is that car when it's exiting the pits.
And then Bailey thunders through into third. Jerry Bailey with the 46 Mustang. We've seen him out other cars, including a Rover SD1 car with an interesting livery. I can't remember who's that listed car, but it was a tribute. Mooney is in fourth. He's done a really super job in that midget. And behind him is Andrew Moore in the E-Type. Alan Ross Jones in the Lotus Cortina. Neil Merry in his... Here comes the leader. Here comes the leader coming in. And this will be on lap 18. Is it Garrett? Is it Crichton? We will see when they get out. It's a great number plate on that car as well. It's going to be Tim Crichton who gets out of that car, which I thought looked a bit suspicious. It was going right down underneath its pole time. It is Tim Crichton who's driven the car. So we were, when the driving order was declared, it was declared as Will Garrett starting, but it's Tim Crichton who has started.
Oof, I'll tell you what, the second place car of Hewitson, obviously he's trying desperately to make up that time, putting in basically qualifying laps. Just came through the S's trying to get past the back marker. Triple cut 4 car, we don't know which one of those two drivers started that one, and it just nearly collided with the side of the back marker, power slid it around, and I thought he was going to lose the rear end, but he just about kept it together, and then kind of largely did the same through all paddock, absolutely power sliding. You can see what he's doing. He's trying desperately to go as quick as possible on these laps after he's pitted so that he can be up there ready to pounce on the 25 Jag.
Yeah, hang on there. Dive down to the timing box for a second. We've got a couple of things to sort out. Please continue, Chris.
Big lock up there. So the 20, no, it's not 25, it's another one, the other E-Type. I thought that was our race leader. It was a big lock up into the S's. That's the 167 car. So we've got, everybody has made their pit stops now. So we just need that moment for it to sort itself out once everybody is back out there, and you know, the timing screen catches up with who's on what laps. We'll then be able to work out. Here comes the 132 car. So it's all about, that moment was missed actually, as the 25 car would have been exiting the pits, would have been to see where it was relation to, and this is the answer, isn't it? So Hewitson is not only ahead but quite comfortably ahead of the 25, because in front of me now goes the 25 car with Will Garrett now at the wheel by the sounds of it, and it means that was well worth the 132 car putting in those absolute barnstorming qualifying laps after coming out of the pits, whilst he knew that his closest rival was in the pits serving its penalty, not its penalty, doing its pit stop, sorry. So as soon as that was done, he was able to come back out. And he's got the lead. Now, as they cross the line, there goes the 132 car now in the lead of the race. What's the gap going to be back to Garrett? Wait for it to cross the line on the other side of the circuit to me. The 25 car, there it goes, and the margin is 13 3/4 of a second. So that's one heck of a job by Hewitson there, Marcus.
Very much so, and that's outlap, including the stop of 3:08 for Crichton to Garrett, as it is, and that's now been corrected on the Hewitson's outlap was at 2:56, so he gained 12 seconds on that phase of the race alone.
Trouble for the 901 Mini. There's a lot of looking on the front left corner of the car, so I'm going to try and ask what has happened with him. Also going to try and catch up with Tim Crichton to get an update on the Jaguar.
Just trying to work out. At the moment, it was only back markers that were coming past me over here. Nearly caught out with the 167 car, thinking that was our second place car, but it was a different Jaguar E-Type.
Interesting that that lap 2.8 seconds dropped, so it's now 16.6. Now, with 10 minutes to go, that would expose potentially Garrett to Jerry Bailey in third place in the 46 Mustang, which is lapping 1.5 seconds quicker. It's going to take about 5 or 6 laps at this rate of difference to make a change, if that indeed happens. Booney's going well. There's a great battle between Moore and Ross Jones. And Moore and the Jaguar, second E-Type, the drop head car with the hood just holding sway over Alan Ross Jones in the 71 Legends Cortina. And it's Howe in the 420 TR, then Brown and Merry and Spink.
Just looking at the most likely battles that we've now got seeing Bailey is closing in on the second place number 25 of Will Garrett, and you've already mentioned 71 Ross Jones is desperately trying to find a way past the 167 Moore car. That's just gone through in front of me, the car that keeps catching me out thinking it's the race leading, or what was the race leading Jaguar, but it's a different car altogether.
Just as I turned the microphone on, that thunderous Mustang came past. So I didn't mean to announce my entrance into the conversation there, Jenna. Apologies for that. Paul Ogborn's CV joint has gone, so a somewhat unfortunate end to the Mini. But I have got Tim Crichton ahead of me, and you've done a lot of work this weekend, and what an amazing pair of cars you brought along. So the Lotus yesterday, that was absolutely stunning, and you're running the rules here.
Yeah, I mean, what a weekend. It's very fortunate, but the interesting thing for me is the split between both cars. Is the Emira yesterday, and that's a box fresh GT4 car, so it's as it came from the factory. We've not really played around with it yet, but you know, incredible brakes, amazing grip, and then suddenly you're into a pre-63 E-Type today, which have got some of the worst brakes I've ever raced, but that's just a pre-63 E-Type, and Dunlop crossply, so the car moves around a lot. Such different experiences, but great. And Williams driving brilliantly, which is the purpose of us getting out and being here.
It's amazing. You're fairly new to the club, or certainly both cars are new to the club, so it's always, we welcome new cars, new drivers, etc., but wow, what a statement of intent. Are we going to be seeing a lot more of both cars and yourself?
I hope so. Yeah, the Hilton Moss business restores and sort of maintains a range of classic and supercars, and so for them it's a big statement about wanting to go racing. They're here with a real desire to carry on doing that and build the motorsport program. They've hired a great team to do that, and they want to carry on building it. And the quality of both cars, I think, if you go around the paddock and go and see them, is sort of evident, and the build.
Absolutely, yeah, they look absolutely stunning and they perform equally well. Tim Crichton, thank you very much for your time. We'll let you get back to watching trackside. Back up to you, Marcus.
Thank you. That's Hilton and Moss, based out of Bishop Stortford in Hertfordshire. And their driver, Will Garrett's doing a great job, because now he's levelled it out and he's gradually stretching away again from Jerry Bailey, the 45 Mustang. But improved personal best from Dominic Mooney in 311, runs fourth, the MG International GT, and 167, Andrew Moore. They're both now in the low 24s. They're lapping quicker than Bailey, but they're about 18 seconds behind Bailey, I think Mooney is, something like that. And it's very busy out there because the whole train of cars has gone past. They stretch from Folly back timing line almost.
Still, the close battle that's out there is this one between Moore and Ross Jones, isn't it? It's 167.71. They just went past me. And Ross Jones sort of caught up fairly quickly on Moore, but now he's got there, can't find a way to challenge him at the moment. Whether he's just being patient, but I don't think with 5.5 minutes left to go, he can be patient for much longer. But that Lotus Cortina desperately trying to move up one more place into fifth.
Mooney is flinging the MG around. Came out of camp there with the tail just on the edge of breaking away. It was superb to watch in the 311 car. Dominic Mooney runs Midland Classic Restoration, sponsors of the Classic K series. Andrew Moore behind them. Jones is still shadowing Andrew Moore. Nice mix of MGs. That Dick Jacobs team-coloured car. You've seen go through the pale green one. 4 3/4 minutes to go. There's Will Garrett in 25. Hewittson's long gone through. Gap's now up to 31 seconds. And Jerry Bailey finally is making a little bit of ground, but that is really because Will Garrett's found himself embroiled in a long line of cars to be lapped. Doesn't have that much racing experience, whereas Jerry Bailey, whose road we talked about before, has a Kurt Team tribute livery. The Danish racer Kurt Team used to race in Formula 3 in Britain. Of course, Castle Combe was a Formula 3 circuit 20 odd years ago. It been a Formula 3 circuit back in the 1950s, opened in 1950. 500cc Formula 3 ruled the roost back then.
I've lost Wi-Fi over here now, so I'm flying blind a little bit over here.
Turn it off, turn it on, and then hit it. That's the usual method, isn't it?
Bit of a reboot. So we've had Alexander Hewitson through in the Healy. Fantastic job. Here comes our second place man, which is Will Garrett, and behind Will Garrett, Jerry Bailey is just thundering past the 52 Cortina. Of Michael Stevenson, and between Bailey is under 10 seconds for the first time, but only by a tenth. 9.9 seconds between them. Mooney is in fourth place, and it's Moore and Ross Jones still. Those two. barely separable. The lap down for Hewitson, just left Neil Howe. The 6:31, the green, which yeah, it's Peter Hiscox driving that. Pim Remind started it, the Dutch driver. And you can see looking at that Jaguar, the open, whereas the bubble hardtop on it, you can see why Enzo Ferrari was so enthused with the early E-types. Most beautiful cars in the world.
I love the 631 car. Well, sadly, has got actually a penalty, but that MGA is just glorious. And I'm pleased they got it sorted, because in qualifying it actually stopped at the marshal's post between the S's and Old Paddock.
Oh, okay, and another MGA 555 stopped between Quarry and the S's, which is interesting. There's a whole bunch of MGAs in this race, more than I've seen for quite a long time. Used to be quite popular in the 70s, even in Motorsport. Ross Jones and Moore have changed places in recent laps. But we're into the final minute. The leader is Alexander Hewitson in the number 132 Healy. That's the leader's through. 15 seconds to go. Last lap board is out, so next time Hewitson comes through, as he surely will in not too long now, we will have another race winner. Into Bobby's he goes, out of Bobby's he comes back into my sight line, and Ross Jones really combative in that tail wagging Lotus Cortina, and here then to win the Midland Classic Restorations Classic K round with a wonderful flurry of revs, a little bit sideways, coming out of the final corner at camp is Alexander Hewitson, who comes through in second. Well, we have to wait quite a while for the Will Garrett driven Hilton and Moss E-Type that was started by Tim Crichton. We discovered that when Tim got out of it. I thought the speed it was going, it was a strong possibility. Very experienced single-seater racer as well, Tim Crichton. It comes through, and the Hilton and Moss team will be absolutely thrilled to bits with that. Yes, they're quite jubilant on the pit wall. And in third place is Jerry Bailey. Fourth, we're looking for Dominic Mooney, who comes through Camp Corner. He's driven that MG Ashley Coupe beautifully through this race. Dark green car with a sort of orange lipstick, reminiscent of a 1960s BRM, the type that sort of Graham Hill and Jackie Stewart would have driven. Richard Atwood as well, future Le Mans winner. And there they go then. Mooney fourth in 311, fifth 71 Alan Ross Jones in the Lotus Cortina, and sixth 167 Andrew Moore. So there is Alexander Hewitson, our winner, by a margin of over 41 seconds. Tim Crichton and Will Garrett second in the Jaguar, number 25. Then it was Jerry Bailey's Mustang. Fourth was Dominic Mooney's MG Midget Ashley Coupe. Fifth, Alan Ross Jones with the Lotus Cortina, car for sale. Sixth, Andrew Moore in the Jaguar E-Type. Seventh was Graham Brown in his Lotus Elan. Eighth, Neil Howe in the Triumph TR4. Ninth, Neil Merry in the Sunbeam Tiger. And in 10th place was Steve Spink in his MGB. So super racing. We've got the next grid assembling to my right here in the commentary box, and there's a lovely collection of cars coming out for this one. It'll be race 15 of our 17, and it'll be the Super Pro Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics set. 17 comes up, and that will be another double-driven race. I have the qualification order sitting here, which I'll run through in a while, but I think first we'll really wait for the top three to come in. I can see them being shepherded off to the left by the scrutineering bay, which means hopefully that Chris Buxton will get an opportunity to dive in and have a chat. I can hear the mic open, so that's the case.
Indeed, yes. I've got our victorious three, just as the tail end of the field now just coming past. Wonderful Plymouth Barracuda. I keep wanting to say Plymouth Belvedere, because we do have one that races a few times in the club. It's not the Belvedere at all, it is indeed the Barracuda. God, again, the heat that just emanates from these engine bays is quite phenomenal. But let's have a chat with our drivers then. Let's wait for an opportunity for the last car. I thought they'd all come through. But just waiting on, that's Barbara Lambert that's coming past. Right, I'll sweep in now and barge rudely into this conversation between Will Garrett and Alexander Hewitt. And Alex, wow, what a performance. I love the flurry on the coming through on Cam Corner for the last lap.
Yeah, thanks ever so much. Yeah, fabulous race. Obviously, Tim got a bit of a break at the start, and I was chasing the Mustang, and I just managed to just get in front on, I think, a lap 3. And then I got a bit of clear air, caught back up with Tim, and then, yeah, what a fabulous race. And a massive thanks to Ian, who prepped the car, brought it all the way down from Edinburgh. Wow, what an event, and what some fabulous cars on that Classic K grid as well. So, yeah, thanks to CSCC and my fellow competitors for a very fair race.
Very, very diplomatically put. And what a winning margin, 45 seconds to the good as well. Was that what you were expecting?
Well, no. To be honest, I'd have been happy with a couple of seconds. But yeah, you just get into the groove with a Healy, and I was able to do that. And a little while ago, I had a situation where I was in a bit of no man's land, and I started to back off, and then I made a few mistakes. So now, regardless of what the gap is, I just keep my foot down, keep this thing sideways, and see what the end result is.
And we thoroughly love you for it. Alexander Hewison, thank you ever so much, and a wonderful, wonderful win. Right, let's have a chat then with Will Garrett, who has brought this absolutely pristine E-Type. It still looks exactly pristine. It's not a fly to be found, but the grin on your face says it all. I suspect you enjoyed that.
Yeah, it was amazing. You know, I'm lucky Tim stuck us up there at the start and in qualifying. I'm not as quick as these boys. I was just running away from the Mustang.
Well, I mean, you're somewhat less experienced, I suspect it's fair to say, than certainly the two around you. But, God, you still gave this thing a good old showing.
Yeah, I did my best. I tried to put on a bit of a show. Went as fast as I could. It was about as fast as I can go, that was, I think. But yeah, it was amazing. An amazing club, and great to see everyone, so courteous, which was really nice, because I've not done, as you say, a lot of racing.
And we welcome you to the club nonetheless. Will Garrett in the Jaguar, brilliant second place, well deserved. And Jerry Bailey, every time you came past, I swear an earthquake was being triggered somewhere. But the smile says it all, Jerry. I mean, what a car. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, it's a beast, this is, and all these Mustangs are the same, big, heavy things. They go like hell once you get them in a straight line. It's getting them in a straight line and keeping them in a straight line. That's the tricky thing. So very hard on the brakes, and but good fun to drive. And 40 minutes is as long as you want in one of these, to be honest.
I dare say. And you've driven a whole wide range of vehicles in your illustrious racing lifetime, and we've enjoyed quite a few of those cars. This has got to be up there, surely. Where does this kind of sit in your favourites of ones you've raced?
Well, certainly equal favourite, I have to say. And it's great fun to drive. You never get out of it without a big smile. And the crowd all like it as well. So, everybody loves a Mustang.
I would never argue with that statement, and that noise from the engine note will never get old. Jerry Beatty, a brilliant podium. Well done, sir. Good to see you, and we hope to enjoy your company along with, in fact, any of your cars are awesome and absolutely entertaining. Right, next up, as Marcus said, our future modern classics. It sounds like they're about to be released. Back up to you, Marcus, in the commentary box.
I could have done without that feedback in my ears, but... it's the next group coming out for qualifying for their race now. I'm just trying to find their qualifying sheet. I found it, which is good news. And this is the Super Pro Modern Classics and Vantage Motorsport Future Classics. Different eras of car mixed in this race. The grid will line up as follows. On pole position should be number 191, which is Neil Fowler, with a MGB GT V8. 3.9 litre. Similar machines, 1999, James Wheeler, and 13, which is the Russell McCarthy and Ollie Neves car. That group again, that's that pair again. And this time it's Ollie Neves who goes first in the McCarthy car, just as McCarthy went first in Ollie Neves' car in the BMW race early on. Fourth quickest, so outside of row 2, will be 52. Which is the Pickard and Willis BMW, out for the second time. And that is Trevor Pickard this time, who drives his car. Then we have number 46, which is the Porsche Boxster S, 3.2 litre cars of Piers and Luca Maserati. Piers Maserati, ex-GT racer, who leads off. Then we have 2, which is the Simon Lewis Mike Seaborn Jaguar. Simon Lewis scheduled to start it before handing to Mike Seaborn. His own car's Audit Combat. And 27, the giant-slaying Ginetta G20, just an 1800cc car of Roger Hamilton, which is always there or thereabouts at the end. Then we've got the brothers Nardoni in the 88 BMW. And this time it's Luca Nardoni who starts, apparently. And Cristiano takes over, as in the previous race. Then we've got 176, which is Dean Clayton with his VW Golf Mark II. 22 is Nick Hamilton in the Ginetta G20, brother of the aforementioned Roger. 32, William Kurtler with his Porsche Boxster. Then we've got the number 55, Porsche 968 RS, and that is driven by... trying to find it. Nathan Lucky or David Harrison. They didn't set their there.
Nathan Lucky, I've got.
Thank you very much. Nathan Lucky then in the number 55 Porsche 964. Then it's 168 Andrew Young MGC, car that goes really well. The not very many MGCs around, and he's son of Vic Young, used to race in the MGs. 41 is Glyn Davis, Lotusland S1, had a couple of good outings yesterday. And 87, Jamie Sturgis with his BMW M535 E28 in a tribute Bastos livery. Then we've got 158, Atkinson and Ringham. Michael Atkinson, David Ringham, Atkinson first, Jaguar XK8. 76 is the Williams and Smith Lotus Elise, and Suzanne Williams who starts, Richard Smith goes later. 39, Stavira Builders, Rob Hardy, this time driving Porsche, the Porsche 944, Golf yesterday. 146, Liam Pugsley with the MGB GTV8, similar car, 179, Oliver Wardle. 97 is Lawrence Koppach in his Jaguar XJS, 6 litre, 12 on that one. 26 James Ford, Rory Mazda RX-7 with the Vanclaw rotary engine. 42 Alan Drain with his Porsche Boxster. Normally he'd be higher up. 73 is Jack Stewart, not the three-time world champion, in his Mazda MX-5 Mark 1. 421 Harry Fox Edwards with the BMW 320 E30 Coupe, and a similar car of 83 Rob Hubbard. They are on the penultimate row, and at the back, the 59 veteran Andrew Rollerson with his Ford Ka. So that is the field, and the pace car has pulled off. So rolling start for this 40-minute race, and it's the 191 and 99, in fact 3 brightly coloured MGB GT V8s that head off. We've got the red one of Fowler, kind of ochery yellow car Wheeler, and the lemon car of Ollie Neves. So lemon yellow car tucking in. Ollie Neves memories.
Light yellow for Ollie Neves, number 13, has dropped back to 4th place, goes up into 3rd. Great start from the red and white Porsche Boxster. Number 46, Piers Maserati's got himself up there, and in fact, running very wide and onto the grass coming out of Old Paddock, and he just kept that in a straight line steady. That was the 2nd place, James Wheeler. He's brought it back on, and he's going to get passed by Ollie Neves, so it means up into 2nd place for Piers Maserati. What a start for that Porsche Boxster.
Yeah, well, he's a wily campaigner. And it's Neil Fowler in the red, and not Neil Fowler. We recognise the ex-classic for historic Formula Ford champion, but another Neil Fowler, and he leads the way through. Maserati is 2nd, Neves is 3rd, 4th is Hamilton. It's Roger Hamilton. 5th is James Wheeler. Then it is Pickard, Nardoni, Clayton, Nick Hamilton, and Nathan Lucky completes the top 10.
Out of Quarry Corner and down the farm straight towards the S's. Very comfortable at the moment for that dark red MGB GT of Neil Fowler, the 191 car, stretching his legs from the Porsche. In fact, it was half a second quicker virtually the last time round. Piers Maserati under no pressure in that 2nd place. 3rd is the light yellow MGB GT of Ollie Neves, and up into 4th now has gone the red Ginetta G20 of I lost my train of thought there, of Roger Hamilton, number 27. So he's up into 4th place there. He did it across the line already, but that's a big improvement on that opening lap as well.
Yeah, and interestingly, TSL put up the race start to be investigated after the race's conclusion. So something happened in there that drew their attention to it, if you like. Fowler leads through. Maserati is in 2nd place. 13, Neves is next up. Then it's Wheeler back up into 4th. He's forged his way back past Roger Hamilton. And in 6th place is Pickard in the 52 BMW. Then Nardoni in the JPS look-alike version. Luca Nardoni ahead of Clayton, Nick Hamilton and Lucky.
Rather close from 3rd backwards, but the front two have pulled away. Now, what happened on that lap? Yeah, I was going to say I thought that Piers Maserati had brought that lead margin down a little bit, down to a 2.5 seconds as they crossed the line, but up into 3rd has gone now the number 999 car of Wheeler. So he made up 1 place last time, he's made up another one, so back up into 3rd place for the recovering James Wheeler after that mistake coming out of Old Paddock a couple of laps ago, or mini mistake. He just ran a little bit wide, but he managed it very well, but it meant he lost all of his momentum heading down towards Tower. But he's up there in 3rd place now, Marcus.
Yep, he's certainly eager to make amends, and he's now charging after Piers Maserati. Neil Fowler, though, leads the way. Fastest lap of the race to James Wheeler. James and Johnny normally share or drive separate cars. The pair of them, Fowley team, father and son. Looking at that 55 Porsche, that's rather glorious. That's Nathan Lucky, isn't it? With David Harrison.
I thought that in the qualifying. It's very mean looking, isn't it?
David Harrison, didn't he do some Castle GT rounds in a Carrera Cup car a few years ago? Aussie. Yes, they did. Nathan Lucky, I think, shared it on occasion.
Black and orange flag for car 176 as Dean Clayton. The front left wheel arch lining seems to be coming off.
So he's got the meatball. That's the driver warning.
That's the Golf, isn't it? Yeah, I mean, it's only a tiny bit off that front left. That's probably a little bit harsh there, but they're always worried that if that comes flying off, it could cause damage, especially as behind it is an open roof. In fact, it's not that's going to be the issue. It's the bonnet. The bonnet that's flapping loose will probably be more of a concern for them, because if that suddenly flaps up into the windscreen, not only will it be unable to see, but it will probably smash the windscreen as well. So I assume, Marcus, because that was the front left, that it's the wheel arch and the bonnet flapping, I can only assume he's had a little bit of contact.
Flying into the pits at unabated pace, and I really do think that a little bit more caution should be exercised here. He's got it slowed down for the timing line, but he came in so fast. He's come past the speed gun anyway. At least he saw the signals they come in, which was something. But so it's Fowler, Maserati, Wheeler closing down on Maserati. Then it is Neves. Then it's Hamilton, Picard, Nardone, Nick Hamilton, Lucky, and Clayton. So I don't know, David Harrison plays somewhere in Surrey, I think, based over here, and that's the car who's shown the name of Lucky, who did GT Racing a couple of races, probably 3 years ago, something like that. So up front, the rasping 3.9 litre V8 engined MG ahead, Rover V8 also second, with Wheeler ahead of Maserati. Neves is going to see the three GT V8s, black and white flag, 176 standards flag. That goes out to 176.
It's Clayton again, isn't it?
Who's dropping down the order opposite as a result of his pit stop.
Now, either that was the driving standards for the pit lane speed, or the flapping bits of bodywork, the pin on the bonnet and the wheel arch. Maybe there was some contact, or running white. Grass can do that sometimes, I suppose, but I would imagine more like contact. Maybe that's the warning that he's getting.
Yeah, I'm intrigued to see what the speed gun says.
You're such a stirrer, Pie.
The main problem was coming into the pit lane. So Wheeler now is a solid second. Maserati third. Neves is fourth. Hamilton and Picard next up. 5 seconds first to second, 2.8 second to third, 2.1 and 1.1 the next two integers.
Race leader exiting the S's, powering into and through Old Paddock. One of the 999 car of James Wheeler behind him. It's not able to close. Got himself back up to second. At the moment, that is kind of the maximum where he's able to go. What have we got in terms of pit stop penalties for these guys? It's only Roger Hamilton that's got one by the looks of it, isn't it? Modern Classics, none there from this lot. Future Classics, none there. So that's not going to be having any impact on that battle there, is it? So Mr. Wheeler needs to be able to reel in Fowler on the track, doesn't he?
Give me a minute, please, Chris.
And in terms of the qualifying, I mean, this is how close the qualifying is. Neil Fowler got pole with a 1:15.156. James Wheeler second with a 1:15.160. 4 thousandths of a second separated them. So it is a shame that they've been split up with that little moment on the opening lap. Was it the first lap? I think it was. And James Wheeler fought his way back up into second place. And just look at it. The back markers could come into play, and we're starting to get the lappery, but our race leader The 191 car of Fowler's already got past the Ford KA or car and the 83 Hubbard BMW. Second place car is about to do exactly the same as they get down towards Tower. So there goes Wheeler, job done. Third place, relatively lonely for Piers Maserati in that red and white Porsche. But it's still fairly close. Ollie Neves and the Roger Hamilton Janetta, not close enough to be challenging, but certainly close enough to mean that Ollie Neves can't relax.
I understand that the problem with this, not the problem, but the what's being looked at with the start was just the exactly when the front row guys dropped the hammer. They weren't side by side anyway at that point, but they seem to have potentially gone a little early, so that will be looked at afterwards. But great to see. There's a good tussle here, and that's good. That's Young in the yellow, that's the Primrose Yellow MGC GT, having a really good tussle with Nathan Lucky in the red Porsche and William Kurtler in the 32. And there is, say, our leader now working lap 9. Wheeler second, Maserati still third, Neves is fourth. Neves and Maserati both in the 17s, last time 16s for Wheeler, who's only 4 seconds adrift now of the race leader. 17.3 for the race leader, 17.6 and 17.3 for the chasers in third and fourth. Like the look of the little Mazda. Is it an RX? Is it the RX-7? It is. James Ford in 26. Pretty car, that.
It had an impressive moment in qualifying actually here over at Old Paddock, where it just lost the back end, span round, and it was aiming straight side on to the barriers right in front of my commentary box, and he managed to get it stopped without even tickling the Recticel barriers here. It was I was like, goodness me, I bet he was worried with that one, but just managed to avoid any kind of contact. And
so it was a proper Twitterer.
It was, and I mean, you think about it, is that's at quite some speed coming out of Old Paddock, isn't it?
Yeah, it is indeed. And we've got the Fastos Motul BMW, Jamie Sturgis in, and we've also got the XJS V12, which is the Simon Lewis Mike Seaborn coming in, and the Rob Hardy Viren Builders Porsche 944, another XJS coming in. That may well be Lawrence Kopok in 97. Can't see the number, but I just see the car in the distance. Here it comes. Oh, we've got an MX-5, got a bit squirrely over the curbs. That was 73, which, if I look down the order, that is Jack Stewart. 10 laps in. 26.5-ish minutes to go. That gap out front continues to come down little by little. 3 seconds it is now. It was 4 2 laps ago. And back to Maserati is 8. But behind Maserati, Neves is within a second. 0.999. But 421 and 83, the twin BMWs, even down with their sunroofs, which I'm sure will be welded up. They come in together. 41, the pretty Elise comes in as well, and that is Davis. Davis is running a couple of places ahead of the other Elise, which is the Suzanne Williams and Richard Smith car.
Just going to check. Someone was smoking a fair bit as they got back on the power coming out of Quarry Corner. I've got a horrible feeling. Is it Jamie Sturgis? It is, yeah. So Jamie Sturgis's BMW is smoking a fair bit. as he came through in front of me. Wardle, the 179 car's just about to go past him. So that is a shame. It's an incredible car, that, isn't it, that BMW? In fact, he's not managed to get past him, so Sturgis is back on the power, but he's just heading into Bobby's now. When he comes towards you, you'll see that there's a reasonable amount of smoke coming there. Oh, and the third-place car, Piers Maserati, number 46, just been held up by another one of the boxers, the 42 car, coming out of the S's, which now means he's very much into the clutches of Ollie Neves, the pale yellow number 13 MGB GT, as they make their way towards Tower. I think that he's fended off the immediate challenge, but that gap suddenly evaporated somewhat.
Yes, he has, and wow, down the inside of two cars. One was Rob Hardy, one was Dean Clayton, and the Golf came Wheeler. Sturgis very, very quick to appreciate there's been a problem, and he's coming. The back of the car actually does look quite oily down below the bumper. There's sort of yes, it looks as that sort of brown kind of telltale streaks over it that suggest that that's where the aero's worked a bit, sort of sucked it all over the back of the car. More cars coming in now. We've got the number 42, the Combe Boxster in. That's Alan Drain. Combe, the campaign against the orange RX-7 with the novice cross.
Still this Piers Maserati fight raging as they came down towards me at the S's. That means that the top two have already gone through, fairly settled. New personal best lap from Wheeler in second, so he's still trying. But Maserati in the Porsche and Ollie Neves at the wheel of the MGB GT. He's not close enough to challenge there, so it looks like it's kind of the run up to and through Quarry and into the S's where that MGB GT has got the strength over the Porsche.
Sounds really raucous, that 999 car in second place of James Wheeler. The gap is 3.7. It's actually stretched by a few tenths, but Ollie Neves is closer than he has been at the timing line to Piers Maserati, 0.44 this time. Ollie Neves desperately wants to make it. So he has he launches an attack up Avon Rice. I don't think he's quite close enough into the braking area. He's going to try, but no. On the inside line, he's thwarted by the Boxster. Trouble is down the order. I want to see the number again. It was all a bit in the distance. The golf-coloured Elise, which is 76, is Anne Williams, Richard Smith. That is running in 12th place.
Great fight as well, isn't it, between the 55 Nathan Lucky car and 32 Kurtler just behind 32, the Boxster, sort of white with those famous martini stripes on it and everything.
Jamie Sturgis is trying a three-stop strategy. It's not working very well. Into the lead into the pits come the first two. Fowler and Wheeler at 14 laps apiece, and they're nose to tail in the pit lane. In has come Clayton in 176. Some tape holding his bits together, referring of course to the wheel spats and the bonnet, the clip of which had given way early in the race. In has come Nathan Lucky in the 55. Sounds really crisp. That's Drain in his Boxster.
We've had the change. Maserati has lost out to Ollie Neves, but as they went through past some of the back markers, I thought he was going to switch back the other way, but no, the number 13 car up into third on the road. I say that because obviously the lead two are into the pits at the moment. But
do you know that happened? Oh, good. There's a good Elise dice going on. 76 and 41, Williams and Smith, and 41 that's made its stop. That's Glyn Davis. 146 is the sort of sage green MG has just come in, and that is Liam Pugsley. So it's Neves in the pits now. So Maserati continues. Roger Hamilton is next, and then Neves actually crosses the timing line third, although he did lead the pit lane. Now we've got a real battle on our hands. Three-wheeling through one of the through the S's, I think, on the way to you. It's nose to tail the leaders, Chris.
They're past me, and yeah, it's probably about 4 car lengths between them until they get to the braking zone, as we know. But yes, it is the red and yellow cars, and they've already made their pit. So if of course they're actually, interestingly, directly behind the what is currently the 3rd and 4th place battle, but there's a lap difference between them. So that's an interesting one.
James Fordham has been into the pits with fuel pressure woes, so that beautiful orange RX-7 is a little bit sick. Yeah, as you say, Jamie Sturgis, lots of smoke and lots of head scratching. They don't know what the cause is just yet.
Maserati leads from Hamilton by 2.2 seconds. In has come there's the lead cars, the Maserati cars come in, and that's at 16 laps, and Hamilton's in as well. Then Nick Hamilton then goes up into effectively the lead from Kurtler. Both of those 2 hours are stopped. Closing on the RX-7 on track. There comes the Suzanne Williams, number 76. Lotus Elise coming into the pits.
Be interested to see how many of these battles we've been enjoying will straight up reconvene after they've made their stop. Certainly, what was the lead battle is completely together, as we know. But I just suddenly saw the 32, the white Boxster, is no longer with the 55 red Porsche because the red Porsche has pitted. That's the driver change, so it's going to change the dynamic. But are they going to come out together once the 32 car pits as well?
Meantime, Nick Hamilton leads, but the red and yellow MG BGT V8s are side by side, and Ollie Neves goes down the inside and takes the advantage in that pair. And they are funny enough, I don't think Wheeler triggered them. Neves got ahead. Neves got ahead of Fowler. Or was it Wheeler getting ahead of Fowler? Wheeler got ahead of Fowler going through Folly, confused with the yellow MG BGT V8s, and. We'll pick up the proper picture next time the leaders come through, because everyone has stopped now. So 70 laps, it's Hamilton and Kurtler. Those two are now in, which is just as well. It's quite close to the end of the pit lane, in the window. So Fowler, who did lose that advantage to Wheeler at Folly last time round, is back ahead.
I've accosted Piers Maserati to come and speak to me, having handed the Porsche over to the boy. How's the car doing?
Yeah, no, I mean, I think all right, yeah, definitely. And, you know, I was trying to manage it a little bit for Luca because it's his second senior weekend. It's all the stuff you got to get used to, and tyres overheat here quite quickly. So trying to be a little bit respectful, but also not too respectful because I actually don't want him to be quicker than me. So yeah, it's not too bad.
Seeing a proud dad moment.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, you know, he really proved himself in junior saloons. Obviously, money is obviously an object with everyone. That's not a crying thing. That's like that's a first world issue. But yeah, we moved out of junior saloons because
you know, he needed to get this type of experience, really. And in all honesty, we're racing for fun, and our family raced generations, our mum and dad and everyone, so brother, and it's just a family thing. We all come here at the weekend, enjoy it, and it's that's what it's about for us, you know.
And long may we enjoy the Maserati Porsche. We've enjoyed your company for many years, and we hope to continue to do so. Piers Maserati, great to see you, and I enjoy speaking to Luca when he gets on the podium. Back up to you, Marcus.
0.666, the number of the beast, between Fowler and Wheeler. 191 and 999. They lead the race. 14 and 3/4 minutes to go. Next through is the now Maserati Junior Porsche, and now it's Russell McCarthy, isn't it, in for Neves. Russell McCarthy in his own car. Nothing between them, a couple of tenths, but there is, I think, a 24-second gap to the top two. Is Nick Hamilton, one of the last of the late stoppers. And then it's Willis in the 52 BMW, Kirtler in his Boxster, number 32, and in 10th place now David Harrison in the red Porsche 911. It's a 964 era car. There's the national GT type car. 19 laps in, and there's still 6 between the leaders. And there was the dive from McCarthy in 13, who came inside Maserati, coming through Camp Corner, dived down the inside, just kept his boot in, and now has third place to show for it. So the three MGB GT-V8s that were on the grid in P1, 2 and 3 are back to P1, 2 and 3.
Yeah, just need to work out the gaps between them now, don't we?
Well, nothing between the leaders, and about 25 seconds back to
the third place battle.
McCarthy car.
Yeah, which of course has got Maserati directly with them. It's a different Maserati, but it's still there ready to fight.
Yeah, McCarthy took him in camp and squeezed down the inside. Very impressively timed manoeuvre. Is your race leader. Dean Clayton thought that he would like to try and hang on to McCarthy coming through camp that time. Didn't quite work.
The Sturgis BMW doth retire. It's now making its way back to the paddock with still the oily tail.
Wardle in his MGB with I think Drain's Boxster close behind. Lucky and Harrison, that car is in the 18s currently. Its best lap in the race is a 17, about 3 laps ago.
I've convinced Suzanne Williams to come and have a chat to me in your own words, reverse golf colour, which is fantastic, and I'm going to continue using that. How's the car running?
Actually, really well at the minute. We've had quite a few mechanical problems the last few weeks that we've had fixed, so actually quali was more of a test session, so it's running well. I do feel that we are not as up to speed with some of our competitors we're normally with, but that's okay. I had a great first few laps chasing down the pack, and I just made one mistake, and then I was just a second behind, but I was still chasing them down.
How does it feel when you give your baby, your beloved car over to somebody else to drive? Is there there's an element of support, obviously, because you're letting them drive it, but is there that hint of nervousness of, oh, don't crash it?
Yeah, there's always going to be a little bit of nervous, and I'm always really relieved when the car comes home in one piece. But that's the same with bike driving as well. So, yeah, and obviously I trust Rich with the car. Otherwise, I wouldn't let him drive it. So yeah, we've got loads of people come to see us today, which is really lovely. And it's it's our local circuit, so it was really nice to sort of put on a bit of a show for them.
Always a pleasure to see you and the reverse golf Lotus. Thank you very much, Suzanne. I'll let you get back to enjoying the race. Back up to you, Marcus, in the commentary box.
We're trying to play this reverse golf. Chris?
To be honest, I think people say that's the only way I play.
Well, it's when you hold the club here and hit the ball with the handle.
I go further than the golf ball, that's the problem.
Anyway, we are now on lap 23 of this race.
I haven't disgraced a set of golf clubs in many, many years. I'm probably safer for all if I don't.
3 MGB GTV8s, they're 3.9 litre OP8 engines. So back up the front, they've been there now for about 5 laps. And Luca Maserati slipping back a little from Russell McCarthy, but not clutches of Nick Hamilton, who's trying as hard as he can, but only really matching Maserati's times at best. Pickard Willis are in behind, then it's the Nardonis, then Roger Hamilton in the 27 Ginetta, and behind him Kurtler in the 32 Porsche, Harrison in the 55. See Roger Hamilton yet displaced on Ardonis. That'll be interesting to see. 20 leaders, but 0.27 apart going through. Time through.
And we've just had our race leader go straight on at the S's across the grass, so he's rejoined. And I have to say that the 999 car looked very loose there as well, and he's backed off a moment as though he's uncertain that something's wrong. In fact, he's now pulled to the grass on the infield, so I'm not sure what happened there. Did he momentarily get past and spat some oil off that made an issue for Fowler? I didn't see exactly what happened there, but the car that went across the grass is going and fine. The second place car, Wheeler, has stopped. And that's between me and Tower on the infield. Very weird, that one.
On the infield, that's it's quite exposed, isn't it, out there?
It should be okay, because as I say, it's between me and Tower, so it's out of harm's way, and he's just pulled off there towards the hay, if you will, that's been cut back, and he's walking back towards the marshal's post. So it's a mechanical issue that's put him out, but it just looked like he was looking uncomfortable with the steering, and I initially wondered whether the reason why Fowler lost it was he was dropping fluid, and that fluid was then under the wheels of Wheeler. And you sometimes get it where drivers think they've got a problem when actually it's just fluid from in front. But no, he's the one that stopped.
Well, it's nearly half a minute between Fowler in the 191 and McCarthy, the car that Ollie Neves started. Third now is Maserati, so Chris Buxton's thought that he might be interviewing the Maserati's Pere Fils on the podium might come true, because they've got quite a decent lead over Willis now in 4th place. So it's not Pere Fils, I suppose it's Papa Ifilio. So we'll see. The Hamiltons are 5th and 6th in 22 and 27. There's only a second between them. There's going to be some needle there between Nick and Roger.
And we've had a big lock-up from the, I think it's the 88, isn't it? That lovely black and gold BMW. Cristiano Nardano is behind the wheel now, if we've got the right drivers. He just a lock-up and then went through the slalom of the S's and has rejoined. So it obviously was just a little mistake, because he's getting himself back up to speed.
I can confirm it is Cristiano in the car, because I've just seen Lucas in the pit lane.
And there was a lot of excitement there as just out of my sight, but I saw it on the stream, the Hamilton brothers in their Ginettas went into Bobby's, and the first one ambushed the green 146 MGB of Liam Pugsley going in. The second one went round the outside of him, and there wasn't much room, but they got through. And that battle between the Ginetta duo is intensifying. The G20s with 1800cc engines, it's declared. And this is really exciting stuff between them. Both of them want to be rivals, of course, but the most serious rival is always the other sibling. Bragging rights later and all that.
Through goes Fowler, comfortably in the lead now, as we know, with the unfortunate demise of James Wheeler's car. Such a shame, because they were genuinely so very, very close. Here comes number 13, the pale yellow MGB GT, still running in second place now, under no pressure, because it's 10 seconds back before we get to the red and white Porsche. Those two, of course, were in a fight earlier. With driver changes have just changed the dynamic of that one a little bit, and that Maserati's actually stuck at the moment behind a back marker. Through he goes now. I don't think it's too much of an issue, because it's a further 8 seconds before we get to the 52 car of who's going to be behind the wheel of that BMW now. It'll be Kevin Willis now, won't it?
Yes. And I did see a change on the screen between the Hamilton brothers into the S's, and as they've got a pasture already down towards Tower, it's red ahead of blue, so it's Roger ahead of Nick.
Yes, always interested how the dynamics work in situations like that. Did Christmas list get changed? I don't know.
Yeah, they were very close into Quarry, and Roger Hamilton just popped out of the slipstream and just squeezed his way down the inside into the S's, and his brother capitulated.
Yeah, there was only about 0.4 between them in qualifying, wasn't there? We have a tank slapper from the second place car, the number 13, as he came out of the S's there, but just backed off and then re-squeezed the throttle to get it back in the straight line. But it shows that even though we've only got 2.5 minutes to go, they still need to be concentrating on what they're doing. That could have very easily gone very wrong.
Yep, and there's our leader gone through then, Neil Fowler. He has the fastest lap. That was last time round, 1:15.403.
We have just had a spin. I don't know whether it was a tap by the 32 Porsche that knocked it into it. I think it's that poor green MG that got mauled by the Hamiltons a couple of laps ago.
Yeah, it's Liam Pugsley, isn't it?
Thankfully, it looks like a harmless spin, and he's going to rejoin again now, just as our leader goes past him.
Into the last couple of minutes then.
New fastest lap by car number 13, I see.
Yeah, absolutely. Into the 15s now. That's the last 2 laps. Lap 28, another fastest lap. And 1:15.342. Bear in mind that Fowler's pole was 1:15.156. Wheeler's 1:15.160, and McCarthy-Neve's car 1:15.433. They've just got inside their own quali time. They're not quite as quick as the front row men. 29 going to the last lap then for Neil Fowler. It's going to go 30 laps. This Super Pro Modern Classics and Advantage Motorsport Future Classics. At the moment, Future leads the way with Fowler. Best of the Moderns is Maserati in third. Various other class leaders along the way. Roger Hamilton is one. Pickard and Willis is another. The Nardonis lead their class. Lucky and Harrison lead their class. A lot of classes. That's what it's all about. Providing racing for cars of all eras.
Just had to pause then because I thought that for a second it was our race leader right with the number 13 car, but it wasn't. It was a different red.
But Harrison is just in the Porsche number 55 has just dived past Nardoni into camp. Penultimate lap of the race. So here we come up to the checkered flag at much reduced speed for our winner, number 191, Neil Fowler. Coasted home across the timing line. In second place is number 13, which is Russ McCarthy, in the car that Ollie Neves started. And in third place will be Luca Maserati, in the car started by his father, Piers. And that's a solid third for them, ahead of the Pickard and Willis BMW by 5 seconds. And fifth and sixth is the battle of the Hamiltons. They're going to finish not quite nose to tail, but you could have just about squeezed one more Ginetta and a half between them. And it was Roger Hamilton ahead of Nick by 0.291 of a second. So red ahead of blue, Red Roger from blue Nick. Then it was Kurtler in 32, so on 30 laps. Lucky and Harrison in 55, also 30, and the Nardonis. So Neil Fowler wins then. Best lap 1:15.477. No, I think that's been expunged later in the. It was his best lap, wasn't the best of the race. So Neves and McCarthy second, Maserati and Maserati third, Pickard and Willis fourth, Hamilton Roger fifth, Hamilton Nick sixth, just a couple of tenths apart. Kurtler seventh in his Porsche, then Lucky and Harrison in the Porsche 964. The Nardoni brothers in their JPS BMW, and in 10th place was the MGC of Andrew Young. So superb racing, and the field assembling to my right for the second of our swinging 60s races. Penultimate race on our programme. Adams and Page, swinging 60s 2. Just dive downstairs quickly and get a timing sheet for that one.
I managed to get nearly all of the top 3 from Future and Moderns. Unfortunately, Luca Dardoni, he saw my signal, but we both realised there wasn't quite enough room for him to squeeze in. I would have loved to have spoken to the Nardoni car once again, but sadly not the case. So I'll head back up towards the front of my little queue here. 191 Neil Fowler. Catching your breath, sir.
Yeah, that was hard work.
It was getting warmer and warmer as the race went on.
It was getting warmer and warmer, and James was getting closer and closer. Don't know what happened to him. I think it was about 4 laps to go. He obviously pulled off, but I could see him getting a little bit closer, so we just had to keep pushing, and then the tyres started to get too hot because of the duration. But it was a brilliant race. It's just very, very hot.
I can imagine so. With the amount of people I need to speak to, I'm not going to be able to keep you too long. But wonderful victory, brilliant stuff. Well done, Neil Fowler. And I must say, your car makes a wonderful noise as it comes past. Brilliant victory. Well done, sir. We'll let you recover from there. Where is Russell McCarthy? There he is. Well, your car is distinctively coloured. It sounds wonderful and is on the podium.
Yeah, we had to do a 2-driver thing, unlike Neil, so we had a bit of a disadvantage, but it went really well. You just got to monitor the temperatures on these sort of things because they're old, and the tyres go off pretty quick, and the drivers overheat as well.
That's been a common theme throughout the weekend. It's just how hot it gets inside. And I can still feel the heat coming from it. With the amount of people I need to speak to, these guys are revving up. I'd love to speak to you longer, Russell, but a brilliant second place in the Future Classes. Well done, sir. Now, this man I definitely want to speak to. Luca, winner of the Modern Classics. And, wow, I mean, what a car to start. How are you feeling ahead of with that result?
Yeah, brilliant. You know, my dad, Piers, obviously did an amazing first stint to get ahead of a few cars, make a few positions, and then as I came out of the pits, saw the MG. It's obviously not our race, so let him go and then just got in my rhythm and, yeah, just pushed on from there, really. It was good.
Bit of a difference to what you've raced previously, I think it's fair to say.
Yeah, it's a lot different, a lot more fun, a lot more chill as well. But yeah, it's good fun, this championship. I really enjoy racing series, fighting through back marks and stuff. It's good fun, so yeah.
It's wonderful to see the Maserati name on the podium. Luca, well done. Victor of the Modern Classes, supported by Dad Pierce as well. Right, we quickly need to speak to our remaining pair. Where is Kevin Willis? Kevin?
How you doing?
Oh, great drive, sir. Second in Modern Classics. How are you feeling?
Yeah, good. It's not my car, so I'm just a guest in it, really. And yeah, it's bloody brilliant.
And it's not broken.
and it's not broken. We had trouble this morning. The fuel pump trip kept cutting out, so we're a little bit wary of it. But it seemed to be right there. When I went out after the driver change, I had no idea where we were, so I just got my head down and
got on with it. Yeah. Well done on the third place in Modern Classics. I'd love to chat more, but these guys are underway. I want to speak to this man, Roger Hamilton, third place in Futures. How are you feeling ahead of that car? You had it to do against your brother.
Yeah, I had a 20-second wind penalty from the previous outing at Snetterton, so yeah, I was happy to. Yeah, I gave it absolutely everything. There was nothing left to put it in the tank at all. And also, I need to have a special mention. I've got a clutch problem for the second half of the race, and I missed a gear coming out of a chicane, and a poor lad in a Golf tapped the back of me, and he's probably thinking it's his fault, and it's not his fault. It's my fault.
That's very gracious of you, Roger. I'd love to chat to you. It's always wonderful to see you and Nick with the Ginettas. Well done on the Future Classes podium. Back up to you, Marcus, in the commentary box.
Thank you, Chris. That's Chris Buxton down there. And I can give you the running order, I hope, for this one. And this is the second of Adams and Page swinging 60s, Group 2 then. On pole, 85, which is the Charles Hyde, Andrews Bird and Kevin Bird, lad and dad, Ford Lotus Cortina, on 20.856. Second quickest was the 34 BMW, which is Claire Norman and Charles Tippett. They're getting a different order this time than that they went earlier. Then we have number 8, which is the Tong and Winter Mini Cooper S, which...
Pretty sure it's Charles that's starting the Tippett Norman car.
No, it's Claire.
It's Claire this time round. I think
we were told to change
that's what they said change to. Originally it was going to be Charles, and it was going to be Claire in the other one, but they changed for some reason. Anyway, you may well pick it out as being correct, Chris Baston, but we were told, and there was an additional bulletin to say they did change. Again, Tom and Winter then in number 8, 5 Tom, John Winter this time. They go 3, 35, Hobson, Pollard, Janetta, 4, 5th is 157, Ben Toby, BGT, then it's 125, Clark Sinclair, latest 7, 696. Long-time Combe commentator and pressman John Moon with his Austin Heatley GT, and 20 Mark Cloutman with the Austin A40 in that curious pink colour, sort of smarty pink colour. 166 is Ben Brain, the racing vet, with his Alfa Romeo 1750 GTV, 2-litre engine and bigger brakes, I think. 118 is Simon Tinkler with his MGB GT. 68 is Tim Cairns, the Turner Mark II, laps at the end of the practice with another Turner. Then it's the Burley and Thomas Ford Capri Mark 1, which I think
was withdrawn, I'm afraid.
Withdrawn. Is that okay? Then Chris Winchester's a Land 25. 80 is the Tonks and Richards MG. Chaplin's MG midget after that, but away they go. Mark Neese has made a great start again from P16, and he's charging up with the Dutchman in that black Mini with the patriotic Dutch orange roof. He's already carving his way onto the tail of Ben Brain's Alfa Romeo as they leave my sight down at Quarry Corner.
And it looks like it's the BMW of Claire Norman that's got the lead at the moment, but may well have been a cracking start. But you can tell that Chab, Charles Hyde, Andrew Bird, is back on the case again and has closed right back onto the rear of that BMW as they come through in front of me. Charles recently married as well, only about a month ago probably, so congratulations to him. And here racing with his dad, they won the GT Championship here at Castle Combe in, what was that, 2021? Because I know they did it when I hosted the awards under Concord, which was a rather special evening, Mark.
It was fantastic, wasn't it? Yeah, absolutely. They can advance this through a couple of Turner's International Hadrell. The other one, that sort of Climax engine in it, the Climax single cam FWE. But as they come around for the first time, it's Claire Norman who leads the way in the BMW. Second place is Chab, then it's behind, it's the Tovey MGB GT8, MGB GT, then it's Hobbs and Pollard. Given that order this time round as it was last time. Then it's Moon. Behind Moon is Cloutman. And then it's Nice up from 16th to 7th in that Mini, in that first lap, 16th to 7th.
Hopefully without a mobile phone on the dashboard, because he got disqualified from that race earlier. As did the race winner from that one as well. So hopefully they're not going to do that. That's non-compliant to have a mobile phone on the dashboard.
Is that not period for
I don't think so, no. Tovey's got past the Hyde Andrews Bird car now, so up into second for the 157 car, from 5th on the grid for that MGB GTV8. He went well earlier, didn't he? But I just still get the impression that certainly the second and third place cars are just still settling into this race at the moment.
Yeah, I would say so. And BMW just beginning to draw away, but everyone's getting their cars up to get a good feel for the tyres. But Tovey with that Rover V8 engine MG is coming after the leader. It's 34 from 157. Chav's in third place. So the 157 car of Ben Tovey. 3.9 litre again, Rover V8 in that one. It's a nice Alfa Romeo 105 shaped cars, and this, the Bertone shape. 2 or 3 BMWs, I've noticed. And the Barracuda is back of Luthi and Petard.
Not only has Tovey got himself up into second place, he's now reeled in Claire Norman in the number 34 BMW, and so it is a bit, well, it had done, but interestingly didn't manage to get on the power out of the S's into Old Paddock, so suddenly it's equidistant between the top three, which is still rather close. They've pulled away, and then it is John Moon in that Lennon, as you say, one of our colleagues on the commentary circuit. Canice has got up into 5th place now, just getting past the Hobbs and Pollard number 35 car as they came out of Old Paddock. So it's do-si-do your partners a little bit further back there.
Okay. Back towards us then. That's the BMW just holding on to the Ranker Engineering prepared car, Richard Shaw's team out front. And Claire Norman is so quick out of camp that her line and just carries more speed through it, and in itself keeps her just far enough ahead of the more powerful MG.
Yeah, it's so close though as they come into my view initially, and kind of stays that way out of Quarry down to the S's. But I do find, well, certainly if last time's anything to go by, now Claire Norman will get the power down into and through Old Paddock, and she was able to pull away. Is it going to happen? Yep, the same does happen. And in fact, Charles Hyde Andrews Bird got a brilliant run through the S's, and now glued to the back of Tovey to the point where he was looking one side then the other as they powered down towards Tower to see if he could get alongside. Wasn't possible, so he's just following through Tower right-hander this time round.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really tight group from John Moon back. Nice has got past John Moon on this lap, and Cloutman's now threatening in the A40, which corners like no period A40 you've ever seen. It sits absolutely flat in the corners, no element of roll discernible, and there's we can see the making a move forward at camp is Ben Brain with his Alfa Romeo. He comes through 166, which is now not very far behind John Moon, and Ben Brain in the 166 car, second in the SD Class 2, the race leader.
Coming out of Quarry, I've wondered whether for a moment there was an issue with the second place, but it was just a completely different line. Whether that was forced by a little bit of unsettled cornering through Quarry, but it hasn't compromised, challenging, trying to find a way. Now has to go, in fact, sorry, I've read it wrong. It's Claire Norman's down to second place. So Tovey managed to do it, and that's what I'm saying. Went onto autopilot, and I was looking at the wrong white cars there. My apologies. But it is now, the front three is still glued together, but it is Tovey, Norman, and Charles Hyde Andrew Bird in that beautiful red and gold Lotus Cortina in third.
Yeah, this is one of those moments where one of them slips and there's a kind of spot burst. Everyone goes all over the place. But at the moment, the MGP GTV8 has the legs on the car. Well, one car pulling off one of the little sprites there, didn't pick up the number. Yeah,
it's just down from me, so I'll look on my binoculars. It's the 88 car.
Okay. That is Simon Page. Was due to share with Charles Marriott. So Tovey now leads from Claire Norman and Chab. Charles Hyde Andrews Bird in third. Nice is fourth, and it's Moon, and within 7/10 of Moon is Ben Brain in the Alfa 166. Then it's Hobbs and Pollard, Janetta, then Cloutman in the A40, the Tom Winter in the Mini number 8, I think that is, with a very smart colour scheme on it.
Well, Brain was very strong into the S's there because was just being challenged by the number 35 car that made up one place last time and was trying to go for another, or retake places, should I say. We don't know who started that one, whether it was Hobbs or Pollard. They didn't let the officials know, so we don't know. But they went side by side as they went into the S's, and I thought it was going to be a messy corner there, but thankfully they just kind of filtered through somehow.
I'll try and look at the crash helmet in that Janetta, because sometimes I think I should be able to recognise the helmet it's got a problem. It's slow out of Bobby's, the green Ginetta. I'm just looking as it comes round. Red and white crash helmets. That might still be Hobbs.
Yeah, I don't know whether maybe there was a little bit of contact then as they came through here. God, Tovey was really on it coming out of the S's and just kicked up the grass then as he got on the power. I think he was mindful of the pair of MGs ahead of him, and one went one side, the other one went the other, and he's just had to slalom through there. That has unsettled Claire Norman a little bit before, that was a bit more circumspect, which means that Charles is right with her, not made a move, but they are now past those MG back markers. John Moon under great pressure from the Alpha of Brain after the last time getting close with the Ginetta, going down. In fact, he's going to look towards the outside. John Moon's gone defensive at Tower Corner, and that's compromised him. Through goes Brain up into 5th place.
I think that's Gwyn Pollard in the Ginetta. Red crash helmet. I seem to recognise from his Crosley days. So 7 laps in, Toby leads by 1.5 seconds. Interesting to see when they get to more traffic, because Claire Norman's very good through traffic, and Chav's pretty used to it as well.
Well, straight away our lead has just been compromised through the S's there, and just had to throw the anchors out the back as came right up to the rear of the 41 car. Thankfully, it wasn't an issue. I always tend to feel more sorry for the back markers that have suddenly got these quick cars that have come up right there and like, oh, I don't know where to go. But did a sensible thing, just stuck to the racing line as there's the general rule, because then that means you know exactly where they're going to go. So Brain has stayed in front of John Moon. John Moon's possibly under growing pressure from Cloutman, that lovely sort of purpley Austin A40. So there's 3 cars equidistant from each other there.
Yeah, not far behind there is Tim Cairns' turner number 68. And so in among that group, I think there's the Tom Winter Mini number 8 and the resurgent Gwyn Pollard. In the Alfa Romeo 166 or 696, which is John Moon, the red and gold Lenham. Then it's Cloutman in the kind of pinky colour A40, Cairns in the 88 Turner, Tom 8, and it's Pollard in the Ginetta, the back of that group. So there's a 6-car train. How is the big Barracuda doing? Well, it's down the order in 18th place, and it's down in the 128s now. I think it was in 130s in the earlier race. So the saloon cars are still going after the GT out front, and Claire Norman's still just about holding Hyde Andrews Bird off. They're a couple of seconds adrift of the race leader. And Claire Norman has just put the best lap of the race in, a 1:20.837.
She's having a bit of fun before handing it over to Dad, isn't she? Because the pit window has opened, I see.
Absolutely. She's driving it beautifully. Into the pits has come 41, meanwhile, and Cloutman. So 41 is Mark Lister with his Sprite Mark 3. Then Cloutman into the pits.
There's another big wiggle coming through old paddock from our race leader there, Tovey, is still pushing it incredibly hard, trying to make sure that he can pull away from these the chasing pair of cars. He just needs to be mindful of that. was about to say John Moon's not under pressure, but that's because Cloutman's into the pits, isn't he? So that's why he's not under any pressure.
It might have been 4:21, Steve Chaplin, who came into the pits in his Bridget. Here comes Mark Neese in from 4th place after 10 laps.
You were indeed right. It was Chaplin in the 421 who had to really put hard lock on not to crack the back of the number 41 car as he was coming out of his pit stall.
Tovey has responded with the fastest lap of his own, 1:20.342. Ideas of catching me, Colonel, I think again. Here's the Ginetta. Is it Gwyn Pollard in it, or is it Crosley sports car. Lisa is in for 4th place with the Mini. That puts Brain 5th, Moon 6th. 7th is Cairns. 8th is Tinkler. And there they go. Spread out the top 3. At time, 2.5 seconds back first to second, and 3.9 second to third as a result of a long 24 for Charles Hyde Andrews Bird. That puts John Moon up into 4th place, local driver with his Lenham, number 696. And yes, it's the opposite driver order in the Ginetta, so looks like it's Pollard first, then Hobbs, Mark Hobbs in the little green Ginetta. The Ginetta company started out making agricultural buildings in Suffolk before branching out into cars, initially with a kind of a Lotus 7-like machine. Well-known G4s in the rear.
You had it correctly identified. It was Gwyn Pollard in the Ginetta who has stepped out and agreed to have a chat with me. How's the car going so far, Gwyn?
The car's fine, driver not so much, but got duffed up by a lot of nasty rough boys out there and went backwards and eventually went straight on a chicane and glanced the tyre wall as I we entered the proper track, so it was all a bit of a shambles, really.
You've had an adventurous time here in Castle Combe.
Yeah, I wasn't bored at any stage. No.
So yeah, you've driven a whole range of different things over the years. How does this Ginetta compare to some of the things you've had in the past?
Oh, it's very cute, and it's a lovely looking thing. Lots of people come up and say how nice it is, but I'm used to all the cars I've raced in the past have been pucker racing cars, and this one you're trying to make it do something it wasn't absolutely designed for, but you know it's all good fun, and look at it, there's like so many people to race with that it's great. It's a lovely little car.
Lovely. Well, I'll let you get back to having a rest. Thank you very much, Gwyn Pollard. Back up to the commentary box.
Perhaps you'd pick up, Chris. Got a change to make downstairs at timing.
Okie doke. So through goes John Moon, who is... that's because Brain's been into the pits. I was about to say got back, because interestingly, they were in a similar part of the circuit, but that was the illusion there. But here comes Tovey. Oh no, it's 104, my apologies. The wrong white car. It looked rather similar, to say the least. But... race leaders are just coming out of quarry, actually. I pause because Charles Hyde Andrew Bird has fallen a long way back. He did a personal best last time, but has obviously been compromised somewhere along in the last couple of laps. And if anything, Claire Norman is catching up, and that's largely because the 157 leader of Tovey has caught up with Nice, the black and orange Mini that has obviously done a pit stop, I would assume. Yes, he has, and therefore that means that wasn't a slow back marker that Tovey was trying to get past, but he's managed to do it. Certainly before they got to Bobby's, which is good news, and left Claire Norman yet to do it. Those two haven't pitted yet. Just checking. No, it's interesting. I wondered for a second whether John Moon was actually having a battle with the Mini behind it. The number 8 Mini is absolutely flying now, but that's down in 11th place. I would imagine that's been a driver change that has resulted in that car going even quicker. It started with Clive Tongue. It's now John Winter behind the wheel, judging from the notes we were given. And although they're laps apart due to pit stops, it's just hounding John Moon in his Lenham. Still 20 minutes and 30 seconds left to go in this. The pit window's still open. We've probably got about 3/4 of the cars have made their way in thus far. Leaders coming past me. Claire Norman has got past the 63 Mini to put a lap on that one. But it has meant that the gap has grown out a little bit by the time they get to me. So Tovey's still sufficiently in control. Charles Hyde Andrew Bird did manage to reel in by about half a second that last time round, so he'll be wanting to do that before he hands over the car to his dad. Kevin Bird will be waiting in the pits ready to jump in. Still John Moon having to battle so hard with this number 8 Mini, and he's not prepared to give up the position, even though it's not a legitimate fight. I'd imagine that Mini's probably going, you don't need to fight with me, but he may well see behind him Brain. I'm sure John does know that he's pitted, but at the end of the day, John needs to be making up as much ground as possible before he makes his pit stop. In fact, Brain's got past the number 8 Mini this time. Are they fighting? Yes, they are for position, so that means that the 166 car has now got ahead of the number 8 Mini. It'll be quite significant when John Moon comes in to the pit, serves his stop, and what happens when they come back out again. Where's Tovey? Tovey is in the pits now, so Tovey is now serving the pit stop. That's an interesting one, because obviously there's no driver's change there. Just letting everything cool down and served before he cracks on. Judging from the stream, the Plymouth Barracuda has been in as well. Over my side of the circuit, from the old paddock commentary box, Brain has got past John Moon on the track. As I say, it's not relevant because that wasn't a direct fight. Brain has pitted his 166 Alpha.
I've got another victim, driver, that joined me down in the commentary box. We spoke to Ernst Luthi earlier on. I now have George Pethard, who just got out of the car. How's the car doing?
Absolutely fantastic. Couldn't be happier. Giant V8, Dunlop tyres, limited grip. What else do you need?
Amen to that. Such a roar he gives. It must sound fabulous in the car. It's wonderful out here, but inside that must be glorious.
Oh, it is, yeah. Once it gets up in the revs, it's sensational. Unfortunately, we've only got 3rd and 4th gear this weekend, so she's a bit slow out of some corners, but once it comes on song, it's hilarious. It's shake and bake.
Brilliant stuff. And longer term, are we going to see more of the Plymouth?
Yeah, the plan is, right at the moment, we're doing the Spa 6 hour. So this is a warm-up. The car will be back out at Brands Hatch in 2 weeks, I believe. And it's a brand new car, so brand new old car. So we're still ironing out a couple of teething type things, learning the setup, all that sort of thing. But out of the box, it's just hilarious. You know, we should have Cletus the Sheriff chasing us.
Chris, oh dear, you're far too young to remember that.
Chris?
Yes?
You may like to say that George Bethard's just taken its best time down into the 28th, so 2 gears or not, that's very impressive.
I don't know if you heard what Marcus said then, but you took the best time of that car to 128, despite the fact you were 2 gears short. So, yeah, you have a big pan on the back for that.
Yeah, look, it's an amazing vehicle, yeah, and there's a lot more left in it, actually. Just happy to bring it in one piece. It's driving someone else's car.
Understandable. A well-earned drink for you, sir. Good to speak to you, and we look forward to seeing it again. Thank you very much, George. Back up to the commentary box.
We've just seen a great overtake, and that was the 85 Cortina. The BMW and the Cortina came in together, Claire Norman and Chab, and now it's their dad's board, and Kevin Bird managed to dive past Charles Tippett out at, I think it was at Tower, but he's squeezed the Cortina ahead of the BMW. Cortina will be lighter, the BMW a little bit more powerful, but over course for lap, very, very little between them in terms of their best times.
Mentioning of Chab, I have managed to accost him away from his crew. Cortina's doing well. My first words to you were, you enjoyed that, didn't you?
Yeah, I'm knackered though, but it is rapid around here especially, and yeah, I just don't quite the crowd of the other cars, but around the back are just so fast, and yeah, it's a wicked car. Like we've done lots of quite, I guess, grown-up stuff, but this is equally as fun. And yeah, with the Classic Sports Car Club, it's so well organised and stuff. Can't complain.
Yeah, I mean, we've enjoyed your company, yours and your dad's company, for a number of years, and in a variety of different machinery. But I remember asking you before, you know, where does this rate? And both of you just gave the biggest grin I could describe.
Well, it's mad actually. I realised this morning I hadn't done a lap of it for 2 years, which is probably the longest period of time since I was about 14 or 15. But I remember I started in my Fiesta in the Combe Soons, and the Cortina drives very similarly, except with no power steering, so my shoulders are buggered. But no, it's yeah, I love this place. It just nothing could ever be ruined here. It's just the best circuit. I love it.
Brilliant stuff, Chab. Well, you know, deserved rest, and go and enjoy the rest of the race. Thanks for your time. Back up to the box.
Thank you very much, and that is great to hear from Charles Andrews Bird for his earlier racing days here when he was a young man, still a young man to most of us, but he gave it plenty in that Cortina, and good to see him enjoying it. Now it's old man's turn to have a tussle with Charles Tippett. He's been racing since 1975, so 50 years of racing for Charles, who ran a lot of the Gordon Spice empire for a long time. And he's tucked into the slipstream of the Cortina, 76 years old yesterday, and he's absolutely loving it, which is great to see. There's nothing between them, 0.3 of a second between Bird and Tippett. We saw Charles's daughter do a fantastic job with the car earlier on. Tovey is in third place with the MGB GTV8, and that is 15 seconds behind with about 12.5 minutes to go, and is lapping quicker. Last time round was about 1.5 seconds quicker, which would indicate that by the end of the race, Ben Tovey, with the more powerful MG, may be able to claw his way back to those leaders. Knies's in fourth with the Mini, Cloutman fifth with the A40, and in sixth place is now Tim Cairns. mention should be made of John Moon, who did actually lead a lap or a couple of laps by virtue of staying out towards the end of the pit window. But out on track, it's Cortina and BMW. The Cortina's a pre-66 car. The BMW is later, because the Cortina's raced in pit against the 1800 teasers, TISA as they were. And Kevin Bird just diving down the inside of Sean Hadrell's Turner Climax down at Quarry, I think it was.
I noticed that, sadly, our commentator colleague has a pending 30-second penalty, so that's that's going to be too short in the pit stop, so it'll be 30 seconds plus whatever it was, won't it, actually, I think, if it is that one. And that's a huge shame, because I did just, in fact, it'll explain why he is, but I did just notice that he's back out after his stop and he's ahead of the 166 Brain car. But yeah, that if he's there because his stop was too short, then he's going to pick up a bit more than a slap on the wrist.
That wasn't quite a full moon then.
No. I tell you what, Tovey is still pushing this incredibly hard, and he finds himself down in third position. So the 85 car is in the lead. Obviously, Kevin Bird is driving that now. Charles Tippett is behind the wheel of 34, that's in second. Tovey is trying desperately to close them in. Every time he comes through here he's on the absolute edge, and occasionally just has a, frankly, fairly scary looking wobble, but it looks like that's just his style of driving it.
Yeah, someone's got a great deal more power than grip, and it's great to watch, isn't it? Really, really good fun. He's down to 12.4 seconds behind from 15 2 laps ago. We've got 9 3/4 minutes to go. Blue flags waving at Kimbo, various marshals posts as the leaders approach slower cars lap. There's plenty going on. They've just gone each side of the Barracuda, which is quite something. They've had a whale of a time, the Aussies in the Barracuda. Tussle also going on, raging between 68, which is veteran Tim Cairns, and 118, which is Simon Tinkler in the MGB GT. It's just a 4-cylinder MGB GT, and they were side by side down and through camp that time. It's 9.6 seconds now between Charles Tippett in the 34 BMW in second place and Ben Tovey in 157. So they're lapping in 120. 4 minutes will give them 3 laps. 8 minutes will give them it's about 6 laps to go, 6 and a bit laps to go, because it may just go 7. Testing on mental arithmetic. Tovey has fastest lap, but that was quite early in the race, a 120.3. Claire Norman did a 120.4. And Chab did a 120.4 as well. So the best times, the top 3 are very, very close. Leaders go through. You hear that sort of contrasting engine notes of the Cortina and the BMW. They are 0.4 apart still. 123.2, 123.2. A few thousandths apart that time. And Tovey's gone through. It's 8.3 seconds now, 8.3. So watch that 157, the GT V8.
just spread out slightly now, but I have just realised that the number 8 Mini of John Winter was all over the back of the 166 Alfa Romeo. That is they're both third in their respective classes, but it's 9th and 10th overall. And I think they're getting closer to John Moon. Yes, they are. That's an interesting tussle that's probably going to become a 3-car fight, even though John Moon's probably about to pick up a penalty of some description. It doesn't matter, we get to enjoy the fight on the track anyway.
Yes, that's right. And John Moon in the Lenham being chased down by the 2-litre 1750, if you know what I mean, Alfa Romeo. It's a 750 GTV, but the 2-litre engine, twin cam, very lusty, high revving engine. And here the leader's coming round again, and this time I reckon Charles Tippett is closer, and it's down to 0.31. But there is Tovey. How's he faring? He's 6.8 seconds behind. He's taken a second and a half out of them. This is building up to a fantastic finale, because at this rate of catching, with 5 3/4 minutes to go, the red Cortina and the white BMW, 85 and 34 numbered respectively, are being caught by the MGB GT V8, which is snarling after them and doesn't want to take any prisoners. It's Cloutman in the A40s hanging on to the back of that MGB GT as well. They might be on separate laps. Yes, they are, because Cloutman's 5th overall. But quite remarkable, with a nice little duel between a couple of MGBs, 215 and 172. That's way down the order. That's the battle for last place, Reggett and Fisher. I went to the final meeting of the old Croft circuit back in the early 1980s. I remember they gave a prize for the person who finished last in the final race there on that track. The guy was absolutely made up, more so than had he won it.
It's interesting that the number, I'm sure that's the number 80 car. Yeah, it is. Callum Tonks will be behind the wheel of that blue and yellow MGB GT. Yeah. And cannot... he's holding up the number 20 car of Cloutman. Cloutman cannot get past that car. He's going so quick.
Tonks is running 14th, Cloutman's running 5th.
Yeah. Which means it goes to show just how well that number 80 car is going now.
Yeah, absolutely.
Just the leaders have gone past me there, so Kevin Bird under growing pressure. It's the two dads together, isn't it? Charles Tippett desperately trying to reel him in. As Murray Walker used to say, one thing to catch, another to pass. That is Lotus Cortina versus a BMW. What car would you expect to win out of those two?
I think that the Lotus Cortina is lighter, probably a bit more agile through the traffic, but the BMW is more powerful and more sophisticated. And so it's a younger car. It's got probably wider track. It's got a bit more grip. But unfortunately for them, they're being reeled in by this rampant MGB, and with 3 minutes, 3 1/4, 2 laps effectively to go, I think it's going to be. Actually, it might just go 3, and that will help the MG. The MG is going to win this, you know. It's going to be tight, but Ben Tovey is on the rampage. He's only 2.1 seconds behind him, and he's lapping again. But I've just seen he's run wide on one of the corners, and but he's right with them. He's pretty much with them now. He's carried more speed, and he's this is absolutely awesome. Are they coming past you? They are.
Yep, sorry, I missed that then, because I looked down and realised it was them. They are all together. So Tovey is at the back of the battling pair now as they head down towards Tower, back into my view again. No moves happened yet, but my goodness, they are line astern. You have to say it's when, don't you? Because Tovey is like lapping 2 seconds a lap quicker than the other two.
He is, and there's no refuge within the traffic. There is no refuge, but Tovey's got the grunt in a straight line. He's going to try to come down one side or the other of the BMW. He's down the right-hand side into Camp, but Charles Tippett tries to hold on there side by side through Camp, and Tippett keeps his nose ahead over the timing line, but that was really, really tight. There's just under 2 minutes to go. It'll be 2 laps, and it's going to be 2 laps too many for the first 2.
It is. Where are they now? I've lost them. Here they come. They're coming into quarry now.
And Tovey I think he went past going in. He's managed to make it stick. He ran really wide of the corner, and now he's attacking the Cortina, coming up towards the S's, I believe, or he's probably gone past
Not managed. No, just into the S's, and it wasn't possible at that point. He's got to wait. They were getting past back markers as well. Just needs to go. They've got one more back marker before they get to Tower. 1 minute 12 to go. So it's still, you feel that he's got enough time to be able to make this one stick as they come back. To my view, he's done it. He's up into the lead at Tower.
Fantastic stuff. Well, what a battle that has been. They'll be through past us again very shortly. This is on lap 28. And, it's Tovey ahead of Bird and Tippett. And those two are having a whale of a time. They won't worry that the MG's gone. It's, Charles Might is in the... It was in the same class as them in another race, but it's not in this one. It's in the SV. So no, they all lead their classes. So it's going to be honours even in terms of they're each going to pick up a pot or a shield or something. And Charles Tippett having a really good fight.
So whilst Tovey's got the lead round in front of my commentary box, the 157 car is stretching his legs, and it looks like the pair of dads behind are fairly settled at the moment. They got past their back marker, but as this is the final tour, I cannot see that Charles Tippett's quite going to be able to do it. It's been a great battle between those two throughout the entire race, despite it being 2 different drivers in each of the 2 cars.
Yeah, exactly. And it's been remarkable that their best times have been 120.3 Tovey, 120.4 for Hyde Andrews Bird, and 120.4 for Claire Tippett in that car. But it is going to be Ben Tovey who comes through. So for the second race in a row, it's an MGB GTV8 that prevails, comes through, and in second place is Kevin Bird. Third place is Charles Tippett. The Barracuda has rumbled home. In fourth place is Mark Neese in the Mini. Fifth is going to be Mark Cloutman in the A40 by the looks of things. And then Tim Cairns. He's Alfa Romeo's having a good scrap, 105 and 104. 105 is Lyon, 104 is Childs. They're a lap apart. In fact, they finished together, with Charles as a lap up. And it is going to be Cloutman who just gets back ahead of the Cairns and Tinkler tussle. They were only half a second apart, 4/10 apart, Cairns and Tinkler. So there's lots of nice little personal battles to be resolved on the last lap back to the line, and so excited was he that Ben Tovey didn't see the checkered flag.
I thought he was going a bit quick, I'll be honest.
Yeah. The Janessa's just about made it home, or maybe that's come past twice, I'm not sure. But Ben Tovey then, our winner in 157, the MGB GTV8. Second was Charles Hyde Andrews Bird and Kevin Bird, his dad, in the latest Cortina. Third, Claire Norman, her dad, Charles Tippett, in the BMW. Fourth was Mark Neese in the Mini. Then in fifth place, Mark Cloutman in the A40. Sixth was Tim Cairns in the Turner. Seventh was Simon Tinkler in the MGB. Then it was Ben Brain in his Alfa Romeo. In ninth was the Clive Tong and John Winter Mini. And in 10th place, it was Gwyn Pollard and Mark Hobbs in the little Ginetta G4. So that was our second Adams and Page Swinging 60s race. The Jaguars are assembling. Are there cars to retrieve? There are a couple to hook back from different parts of the circuit. And then we can give you the lineup for the final race of this Classic Sports Car Club weekend here at Castle Combe. Castle Combe in its 75th anniversary season. And there's some really super souvenirs downstairs in the Castle Combe shop, which George Marshall says running. There's some Castle Combe 75th anniversary badges and stickers and bits and pieces, all kinds of things. So that shop will be open in the paddock past the end of the last race. And you can also pick up posters for the Autumn Classic, which comes up on September the 20th and 21st, doesn't it? And looking forward to that one. We've got another championship race meeting coming up at the end, the Bank Holiday Monday, at the end of August. And I'm sure Chris Dawes will be back in the box for that one. I shall be here reporting it. And then we'll go to that Autumn Classic, which is very eagerly awaited. It's 2 days of pure historic nostalgia in the end of September, and then we go at the start of October, first Saturday October, to the championship finals, when the 4 Castle Combe Racing Club championships for salooners, hot hatches, GTs and Formula Ford will be resolved. So looking forward to all of those events, but it's progressing rapidly through this 75th anniversary season. And they do go and get your souvenirs in the paddock. So lovely stuff in there. Having fun loading the 88 Sprites. Chris Buxton.
Yes, I have our victorious 3. Ben Tovey with his additional victory lap is just extracting himself from his car. So we'll have a chat with who am I going to pester first? Well, Ben Tovey is now here. You just didn't want to stop. You did another lap after the checkered flag went out.
I didn't see the checkered flag.
We realised that because he did.
Last lap board, and they were getting ready to unfurl it, but it wasn't actually out.
You were that quick. You beat the checkered flag, sir. But there we go. We see you again.
I wasn't sure. So I've lost a race before.
By doing the same. No, of course. Understandable.
So I won.
You did. Top step of the podium belongs to you, sir.
Unless the clock of the course has...
We won't mention that bit.
Great race. A lot of fun. Fantastic racing, these two guys. We had some great that first session. The back markers certainly played a part today. A couple of frustrating incidents, but hey, look, it's just lovely, clean racing. It's just an absolute delight to be here. Even better to win. Fantastic.
A happier man we cannot find, with a well-deserved rest and a drink for you, good sir. Ben Tovey, lovely to see you again in Winners Row, and we will see you again in the future, I have no doubt. Second place to Kevin Bird, a familiar face among these parts, but wonderful to see you on the podium again, this time with the Cortina. You've had quite a few different machineries doing well for you, but the Cortina's really now coming good for you.
Yeah, it's a great car, and it just feels as fast as anything else we've driven. It's as much fun. Racing with Charles just now was fantastic. Really, really enjoy it. This club have got it right. You know, there's no contact. Everyone drives cleanly. I think it's a very, very good series to run in. Yeah, delighted. We had a good day.
It was great being able to chat to Charles in the pit lane, and you look like you've just gone for a Sunday drive. It's not a hint of sweater effort upon you, sir.
There you go. I'm not too sure. I was rather annoyed that I let, is it Chris Tovey? Ben. I let Ben bike as they gave me blue flags, and I thought he was a lap up on us or something.
Sure.
So I let him by on the last lap, which...
yeah, I mean, he did have a little bit of a bigger engine on you.
Yeah, of course, yeah, but on that half a lap I could have stopped him.
Wonderful to see you, Kevin, and well done on another fine podium. Charles, you did look quite relieved when you got out of the car. It was quite a big sigh, but what a wonderful battle you had with the Bird car.
I think it was fantastic for both of us. Claire had a tremendous battle in the first half, and I had a great battle. I have a very good view of the rear end of the red Cortina, and occasionally a rear corner I could see, but never could get fully past.
You were just giving them a chance to play with the new toys. We understand. It's very kind of you. So again, the BMW just seems flawless. He's again, Claire. I've subjected Claire to an interview already. She gave me a time in the pit lane, but it just seems absolutely flawless.
It's fantastically prepared by Laranka. I think whilst it might be flawless, I'm not sure the second driver is flawless. But it was fantastic. And I have to say, doing 2 qualifyings and 2 races has exhausted me enormously.
A well-earned rest and drink for you, sir. Charles, wonderful to see you both. And of course you, Claire. I can't say sign off without congratulating you both. Always a pleasure to see you both in the car. And that is it down here in Victory Lane. The Jaguars are lining up. There's a few gaps I can see in the lineup from last time out. But back up to you, Marcus, in the commentary box.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can see the Jags, and let's just see who comes out to play. I can see, as you say, a couple of little spaces, and just seeing whether they come out in the order that they finished the previous race. Yes, by the looks of things, that's exactly what they are doing. I can see a gap this side of the Powerbell car of Colin Philpott, and indeed Chris Boone's the other side of him. Okay. Well, let's see how they line up, and I'll tell you where they are. Certainly. Oh, it's a partial reversal, isn't it? It's a partial reversal of the grid. It's going to be 156. Which is on pole. Chris Boone will be second in 139. Third will be 1 Colin Philpott. Fourth will be 2. Fifth will be 14. I think the top 5 are reversed. Yes, that's exactly what's happened. Then we'll go to Atkinson, Bennett, Jackson, etc. So the first pair should be 156. James Wall in the supercharged S-Type R at 139, Chris Boone in the supercharged XK8. 1 Colin Philpott, reigning champion in the 4-litre XJS. Then 2, which will be Michael Seaborn, driving the 5.3-litre V12 XJS that Simon Lewis finished second of the first race. And the winner of that race, Jack Robinson, will start from the 3rd row in 14 alongside Michael Atkinson in the XK8. Then it'll be Mark Bennett in the X-Type. Number 15, 56 Charles Jackson in the XJ Turbo Diesel. 631 Ronald Ferguson, 62 Tim Morant, 45 David Ringham, 18 Damien Gray, 163 Andrew Maynard, 3 Colin Porter, and 76 Samantha Sheen, if they are all there. So we will wait to see the lineup.
The key one that I've spotted missing, apologies if you said it already, Marcus, is the number 2 car. So Lewis and Seaborn.
Oh, okay. I didn't know whether that was there. It was out. It could have been out by sight behind the Motor Media Centre.
No, it's not out on the circuit, I'm afraid.
Okay.
Which is weird, because I don't recall there being an issue with that car.
away, is it not? And we will pick them up very shortly. Two supercharged cars then on the front row. James Wall in the Silk Cut Auto Reserve Parts car, and Chris Boone in the Kovcats machine. Boone in the XK8, Wall in the S-Type R. Here they come round then for the rolling start. Here those superchargers whine, and away they go, and they're already charging down through Folly. And it's Wall on the inside, Boone on the outside. Up at the third, by the looks of things, has come Jack Robinson. Fourth is the Powerbell car of Philpott. Fifth on the outside is the 58 car of Michael Atkinson, the grey one. And they turn through Quarry. I think they're all round.
Yep, looks like they are, and it is indeed James Wall that has the nod. Chris Boone still in second position. That it is the white and black number 14 car, the race one winner of Jack Robinson, in third position, already hounding Boone. The XK8, beautiful car that, from my recollection, didn't really get the success on the roads that it probably deserved. But maybe I've misunderstood that one, and it did what they wanted it to do. But it's all over the back, and because he hasn't made that move, that has enabled Philpott to get back onto the rear of that car as they went round Tower Corner.
And up into fifth has come the estate car, which is hammering along, and that is Mark Bennett. So down they come. Wall leads. In second place is Boone. Third place is Robinson from fifth on the grid. Fourth is Philpott. Then it's Bennett. Then it is Atkinson. Then it's Ferguson in the bright green, the vivid green car, the Ringham Grey and Morant. Leader, the top four, in fact, together as they go out of my sight from Quarry, Chris.
In fact, it looks like Boone is trying to make a move, not being able to do it. He tried to squeeze himself towards the inside, in towards the S's, but James Wall just made that gap too small and too scary, too tight a line through the S's, so he backed out. Still the 40, we got side by side between Philpott in the number one and the number 15 Mark Bennett estate car. And which one came out on top there? It is still just about, but they were side by side as they went in front of my commentary box, so that was really tight.
That's extraordinary, isn't it? To see that estate car being hustled along quite so quickly. On the back of that group is Atkinson, so he's still there. No changes of order up into Camp Corner. But here comes Jack Robinson. He dives to the right-hand side of Chris Boone. He's going to get second place at Folly, and he's now got to figure a way to go past James Wall, which he might be able to do, down towards Quarry. He turns in quite late, with perhaps the intention of getting a cut back on the exit of the long right-hander. But in fact, he's going to go up the outside. Surely he's not going to get through on the outside.
No, through the S's they're going.
The side-by-side on the exit.
Yep, they are, and it's going to be the inside line. It is not going to be the quickest for the 156 car of Walser. Through just about goes the number 14 car of Jack Robinson, and Philpott's looking to take advantage. He's up into third place in the number 1 Jaguar XJS, and he was not being able to, so he's got to settle for that third. Boone down to fourth place, being harried by the number 15 estate car of Bennett.
That was impressive, wasn't it? Round the outside of Old Paddock, having started the move by squeezing onto the second apex of the S's for our new leader, which is Jack Robinson.
Sadly, the Daimler, the 62 Daimler, is creeping round into retirement.
Wall, Philpott and Boone together, 2, 3 and 4. And then it's Bennett, Atkinson, Ferguson, Ringham Gray, the next group. Philpott trying to find a way round Wall in the supercharged car. It's got plenty of grunt, hasn't it, the supercharged S-Type? Round the outside, in fact, has they've taken the place. That's it's like, problem for Philpott. He got through and then dropped back again.
Yeah, and he's still going steady. Is he going to get back up to speed? Looks round the outside goes the 58 car of Atkinson, the black and grey. Philpott trying to get up to speed, and he's just been sideswiped slightly, not swiped, that's a bit of an exaggeration, just a little bit of a tap, so maybe he was looking down, which nearly pushed him into the front of the estate. So yeah, he's still going slow, I'm afraid, Marcus, so he's into retirement.
I wondered initially whether, having come out of the chicane probably in third, he went for another gear and didn't get quite the right one, or didn't get any at all.
Yeah, I couldn't even tell from the noise, especially when they're all together. We've already talked about how loud they all are.
Exactly. So it's Robinson, Wall, Boone, Atkinson up to fourth, Bennett fifth, Ferguson sixth, Ringham is now in seventh, Gray is eighth, and creeping in to the pits, unfortunately, is number one, which is Philpott.
Leader's coming down towards us now. He's got up there, the number 14 car. He's stretching his legs at will. Boone's trying to have a challenge. He's looking one side, then the other as they came in towards the S's. But the 156 car, James Wall, was not prepared to make that easy for him. So the S-Type still holds on to second place at the moment. Oh, go on.
I can smell something. It's like a tyre smoke. Someone's had a spin, I think, down. Maybe it was Molly. So somebody picked something up in the air.
Like a bloodhound.
A tang of drama.
You're a motorsport bloodhound. You could smell it in the air.
Just wish I knew what it was. Robinson's away, but Wall and Boone, and then Atkinson and Bennett paired off. Ferguson's next through, then Ringham and Gray.
Leader's coming down towards me for the sixth time in this 20-minute race. And still this battle for second place is raging, and the battle for fourth place is raging. Still the 156 car is holding Boone at bay. Equally, the 58 car of Atkinson, the grey and black Jaguar XK8, is keeping the estate behind him of Bennett as it stands. The pair of those battles are just absolutely raging.
It's even a battle at the back because Samantha Sheen has caught Colin Porter and having a little tussle. Leader stretching his legs. Jack Robinson in the XK8, 4.2 litres, snarls through. Auto reserve parts represented very well by James Wall in second place, who has 7 over Spoon. Atkinson is next up in the 58, the grey car, but he has 0.2 only over Bennett. Robinson has the best lap 4, but that last time round, his pursuers were both quicker.
The second place battle's just spread out ever so slightly at the moment, but definitely not that fourth place one. It looks like Bennett is determined to move on through this order. He started in 7th and he's up to 5th, so he's kind of going the opposite way, because it was not a great start in the first race, having started up, I think it was on the second row. But he's determined to try and make it up. But the problem is that they're big cars to try and move back through the order, aren't they?
Yes, they are. And they need to be hustled along kind of respectfully, because you know, the big And you can't defeat the laws of physics. You know, you arrive at a corner a bit too quickly in something this heavy, and it won't necessarily want to change direction.
It was amazing seeing these cars at Cadwell Park. You've got to think one of the narrowest circuits in the country, where it looks like the car is wider than the track in certain elements, but they did it brilliant. They put on a great show.
Of course, last year they raced alongside the MGs, didn't they? The Jags and the MGs, and they were really well mixed at some tracks.
That was so good. See the David and Goliath comparison between the little MGs and the mighty Jaguars. That was so good.
Separate grids, and sometimes the Jags started ahead, sometimes the MGs started ahead. But it was good to see. But this is certainly purer.
Just had a back marker really compromised, probably a bit more than needed to. The 163 car of Andrew Maynard just held up more than any of them. Bennett in the estate car coming through the S's, and I can only assume he just didn't see him in his mirrors there. It spread that gap out, the fight out a little bit for now, but I suspect Bennett will still close back onto the rear of Atkinson's car.
Yes, that's right, and egged on by the Dalmatian in the back. It's not a real Dalmatian, just in case, you know, in days of political correctness. You see the Dalmatian hanging off the roll cage. Second and third, while they can't match the leader, are improving their times pretty much every lap. 18.79 for Wall, 18.51 for Boone, leaving 0.6 apart. Atkinson and Bennett, the chasers, having been impeded by traffic, they're in the 19s. But it was a long 17 for race leader Robertson. He's had a very good season in 2025. Bumper is slightly askew on the car of Atkinson. He's down with us for the 9th time, still with 8 minutes to go in this Alfa Lexus Law Firm Jaguar Championship. Supercharged slugfest goes through. Third, Wall and Boone, Atkinson and Bennett. Half a second apart.
Leader coming down to a couple of back markers, but they're a bit further away. Through the S's he comes, but the margin is so big he doesn't need to take any risks. We've still got 7.5 minutes left to go in this final race of this fantastic weekend. Second place cars coming through, a little bit closer this time, but Boone's not close enough to challenge. But as I suspected, Bennett in number 15 is indeed closer to Atkinson. Atkinson ran not wide, but wider coming through Old Paddock there, which I thought was going to compromise him, and Bennett did aim towards the inside as he exited and back on the power out of Old Paddock, but it didn't work. But it does mean that all the way through Tower, heading down towards Bobby's, he's absolutely glued to the back.
Yeah, amazing how that estate has been massaged into a race car pretty quickly since it arrived. It's getting more and more competitive. It's very well driven because that time Atkinson slid a little bit wide at camp, and that allowed Bennett to get closer. Oh, and Bennett touches the grass on the right-hand side, going up Avon Rise.
Down towards the S's they come. The leaders past the back markers. Now this battle for second place is going to encounter the first of those sort of pair of back markers. They're spread out, so it will be one at a time. 76. Samantha, Sheen, Path. past they both go. Nice job by Samantha there, just staying totally out of the way and leaving them on the racing line heading down towards Tower. So that's done. They've got one more to do. It's still close, but equally we've then got this battle for 4th place is going to encounter the back markers soon as well.
Yeah, you can see the car sort of wallow just very slightly and sort of bounce over the undulations, but it's no drama out front. 11 laps down for Jack Robinson. He's going to make it a double here. Well, it looks favourite at the moment, but the next 2 pairs, little tussles or duels, are unresolved. Go all the way.
Meatball flag for car 45, David Ringham. It just come past us now. And
I think it's smoking, isn't it?
I wonder. The body looks fine. I wonder if you can spot if, when it comes back to you, Chris, if there's anything trying to detach from.
And there's been a change because Mark Bennett has outbraked Michael Atkinson into...
it's going to change back again. No, it isn't. It was a violent switch of direction coming down the straight towards me, and the estate goes onto the grass on the exit of the S's, comes back onto the circuit to Old Paddock, and in reality I think that the 58 car of Atkinson should have got past him, but knew as they were filtering into a very fast part of the circuit he needed to just hang back. They're side by side all the way into Tower Corner. I can only assume it was the Lapri that's unsettled that one. No, it is settled that the 15 car of Bennett has got past.
Yeah, they were lapping Samantha Sheen, I think it was, down at Quarry, and thought, I think Bennett thought, you know, it's now or never, and they just sent it down the inside going in. And they find another car to that at Quarry, which has perhaps aided Bennett. It's really bizarre when you're sitting in your ultra low coupe, as Michael Atkinson is in that XK8, so to see an estate car lapping incredibly rapidly ahead of you. Have another go, but he's not close enough.
No, that was one of those psychological moves at that point, I suspect. I'm just trying to keep an eye out for the 45 car as well to see if we can tell what it is. Just waiting to see it come here. So it's the 45 car is one of the XJS's. He's just about to come through in front of me. No, nothing obvious whatsoever.
See a little splurge of flame from the exhaust of Robinson's car. Wall is second for auto reserve parts. Boone is third for Covcats, but it's the Swallows racing car of Robinson, which has been uncatchable this weekend, it would appear. Bennett in the next of the auto parts reserve Jags, the estate ahead of Atkinson. 6th place, it's Ronald Ferguson at 6:31. Time is rapidly ticking away.
I thought that Boone was going to have a challenge for 2nd place there on Wall, but the 156 car just made itself wide enough that there wasn't really a safe space to throw that XK8 into, so the 139 car still sat there in 2nd place and have to build it back up again to find another place.
At a retirement, and that's one. Or maybe it's
Atkinson's back past Bennett, by the way. Sorry, Marcus, but and in fact Bennett's trying to come back at him, so that has switched back again. And just keep watching them as they go round Tower. It's not switched back again, because I thought that Bennett was about to challenge him again. So
it was 45 Ringham who came into the pits, by the way, and went straight back into the paddock.
Okay, so he obviously knew there was an issue then, because that was the meatball flag car. Yeah.
Atkinson and Bennett. Atkinson runs wide over the, puts a wheel over the curbs coming out of Camp, and that knocks a couple of miles an hour off his straight line speed, but Bennett isn't close enough to take advantage of that. And as they went out of my sight, I think Boone was side by side.
Oh, and there's contact. It was absolutely side by side, but he's obviously then tried to come across the front of Wall, and both of them are now stopped in the middle of the circuit. Doesn't look like either are going to be able to get going. Yet now they are, so they've re-engaged, and that does mean up into second has now gone the 58 car of Atkinson. Although I don't understand what's happened on the screen there, because Ferguson and Gray are showing us ahead of them, which they're not. So the screen seems to have had a hissy fit there somewhere.
OK, well, Robinson's gone through for the 15th time. Yeah, Boone seemed to come up the inside of Wall into the S's. There was a moment and little drama behind. So we've now got Atkinson and Bennett now promoted to second and third, and a very much savaged Boone car with the left-hand side all scraped and the front valance hanging off, and Wall still together and still with the will to fight this one out.
They are, aren't they? They're still together. That doesn't bode well. But of course, we've now got the battle for second and third is the one that we were enjoying for fourth and fifth, and it is now for a much higher position. And
for a podium.
It is, although, as I say, the timing screen's not showing that, but there's no reason why that would be the case. We've got no notification of
the last lap board is being shown. The checkered flag is being readied for the second time for Jack Robinson. He comes through, and the number 14 car takes victory for the second time here at Castle Combe this weekend. And we wait for second and third. It's quite a long wait, but here they come, and it is going to be Michael Atkinson, unless Mark Bennett can unseat him on the way out, and he comes alongside, isn't quite close enough, and so it is
Atkinson is showing us a lap down from Bennett.
He didn't trigger the timing for whatever reason. He certainly was a length and a half ahead as they went over the line.
Yeah, they've just made a mistake, haven't they, on the time screen, and they're going to have to reinstate him up a lap. Another TSL glitch there, I'm afraid, but they're such a hard-working team that they'll just get that corrected.
Yeah, they'll look at their little lap chart and they'll see, and they'll look at their photographic evidence as well, which will bear out what we've told them, unless let's have a look. Bennett and Boone. No, Atkinson was second past the flag in 58. So. You don't get penalised that much, surely, when there's been no warnings. It's dramatic stuff. Well, what a dramatic finale. For the first time in what seems like many hours, the assembly area is empty, which means that we've come to the end of our programme. A massive thank you to our Orange Army, the wonderful Castle Combe Marshals, and volunteers who've come to join the fray here this weekend at the Classic Sports Car Club meeting. It's been absolutely fantastic, this contrast between the races over the weekend, and certainly very much appreciated, I'm sure, by spectators and everybody involved with the series. The modern and retro race meeting has been a super success. We've thoroughly enjoyed it, and we've got, of course, the four events still to come. 3 events still to come in terms of cars. We've got the next device, the countdown, isn't it, at the end of this month? Yeah,
that's going to be a busy weekend for me. I'm doing British GT at Brands Hatch Saturday, Sunday, then here on the Monday.
There you go. And I shall be here with my reporting hat on.